Everybody in the staff team is significantly happier with the system and the support that we have now. So for councillors, for example, over the recent coronavirus lockdown, we've been able to maintain online meetings because all of our councillors have access to Teams via their tablets. So I can sit here in my front room, managing 19 councillors and 4 or 5 officers and members of the public, holding an online meeting with the integrated system that Cloudy provided.
The one thing that I'm really pleased to see is that our actual councillor attendance at the meetings has actually been boosted. We're getting virtually 100% attendance at all the meetings, which I think is a really good thing, and I am in no doubt whatsoever that's by the virtue of the fact that they're able to access the remote meetings via Teams.
My name is David Hall, the Managing Director of Cloudy Group, and also your host for today. This event is being streamed on LinkedIn, Facebook and YouTube. Please do like and share and let your colleagues know all about it. What an incredible 12 months it has been for us all. The world has a very different place before COVID, and we now find ourselves coming out of lockdown and questioning what the next 12 months and more will hold. Here at Cloudy, we have been at the forefront of working with organisations as they have been dealing with the fallout from COVID. Initially reacting to the shock of remote working, then as the long-term implications of the pandemic became clear, assisting them with operations to ensure they can continue to operate efficiently as possible. As we start to think about what the future will hold, we can all agree that whilst the effects of COVID on society, the economy and individuals has been devastating, we must take away the positives, of which there have been many. Technology has assisted us all in more ways than we could have before possibly conceived. And it wasn't the technology that changed to make it all possible. It was our culture and our way of thinking. Now we have changed the way we work. It's up for us to come out of the last 12 months stronger and more determined to put COVID behind us and embrace the modern workplace. We have an incredible lineup of guests here today, experts and speakers in their respective fields who have, even before COVID, been innovating, adopting modern working practices and enabling their organisations to deliver transformational change. Don't forget also, you can ask our experts questions during our Q&A sessions at 1:20 p.m. So thanks for joining us, guys, and looking forward to your sessions later on. So, session one, with a focus on government. In session one, we'll be joined by Sally, who in 2018 modernised Wolverton and Greenleaf's Town Council, introducing Microsoft 365, providing laptops to all the councillors and moving to a paperless environment. Joining Sally will be Bryan, Sales Director of Decisions, whose presentation will be focusing on building the modern agenda pack on Microsoft 365 and how it can be used in hybrid meetings using Microsoft Teams. And finally, John Mitchell, Microsoft's Modern Workplace Custom Programs Manager, whose presentation, Empowering Everyone with Microsoft Teams, will be focusing on Microsoft accessibility and learning and how the accessibility tools built into Microsoft 365 will help you improve your digital inclusion and reflect the values of your communities. So a really exciting session for everyone in local government, especially with what's going on at the moment. Session two will be focused on the legal and SMEs, and we'll be joined by guest speakers Bart, CEO of Epona, who will be talking about DMS or document management built on top of Microsoft 365 and SharePoint, and also John from Microsoft, who will be focused on accessibility and digital inclusion. And finally, our session for the final summit will be around the charity sector. And to kick off the session, I'll be speaking to Ron, Chief Exec of Transitions UK, a fast-growing charity that is modernising IT to keep pace with the demand of its services. Then we'll be joined by Bryan, Sales Director of Decisions, who will be talking about document management and using Microsoft Teams. And then to wrap things up, we've got John from Microsoft, who will be covering accessibility, digital inclusion, and also charity discounts and offers around free training. So really exciting. So last but not least, we'll have our Q&A session where the public can put questions to our panel of experts. This is a great opportunity to ask some many questions that weren't covered during the sessions today. So please do ask those questions on YouTube. So moving on, we're going to go to our first session and we're going to be joined by Sally. So Sally, how are you doing?
I'm good, thank you, David.
Excellent. Sally, obviously, you know, we've been working with yourselves for quite a while now as you've been modernising, councils that you've been working, and you've done an excellent job over the years. But what made you change your systems in the first place?
So with GDPR back in 2018 coming into force, it made us have a really good look at the systems that we operate and how we provide our documents through to our councillors. So like many councils across the country, for our council meetings, we would provide all that paperwork to them through hard copy reports. And these reports were originally typed up in Word documents or received in PDFs. We'd photocopy those and then post them out, to all 16 councillors. But the problem with doing that is that once the documents have been disseminated to those councillors, we have no control as to what happened with that paperwork afterwards. So it could be sitting on the councillor's shelves at home. They could shred it, but we wouldn't know. We didn't have any control over it. So that sort of prompted the fact that we needed to change how we operate in order to be compliant with a freedom of information request if it came in, and obviously the new regulations with storage and sharing of data with GDPR. So that prompted us to look at doing a data audit and changing the way we work.
Wow. Well, I mean, certainly the local government sector has gone through huge amounts of change, and, you know, being more productive with your time and being more efficient is so key. And, you know, some of the things you've done there sounds like it really does give you a bit more time to maybe focus on other things within the council. So what made you choose Microsoft 365 and SharePoint to host your documents, please?
So with Microsoft Office, it came with the SharePoint system, so I could scan all my paperwork that I had in the office, which we had in Overton, scanned it all into the computer, saved it all in SharePoint, and then for all the council meetings, rather than photocopying all that paperwork and posting it out, by one click of a button in SharePoint, I could share that documentation to the councillors, which was great because when you had extra paperwork which came in for those council meetings, I wouldn't have to print and photocopy it and post it out again for the additional paperwork. I could just click the button and out it went. And the other thing which is really good with that is that you could control how long they were looking at that paperwork. So it wouldn't be at the computer for weeks, months, years on end. You could set an expiry date. So that's we utilised SharePoint for storage of data.
Yeah, well, exactly. I mean, when you talked about the Azure information protection there that John might cover a bit later, that's encrypting your data, setting rules around your data so that after you share it, it can't be print, scanned, copied or forwarded. So I remember you doing that to great effect years ago, and, you know, some councils are still doing it now. So really good. So, I mean, you talked about the major benefits of moving to 365. So some you touched upon, but is there anything else that you think that could be covered around moving to 365 and the benefits you saw at the council?
Yes, I think the bit you were just saying back there with the security of the documents. So although you could set a time limit for the expiry of the council looking at documents, we couldn't actually stop them from downloading it. So, but with the Azure package that Microsoft offer, you could set security settings so that stops them printing and downloading and forwarding any sensitive documents. So that was a real key for us, especially with GDPR, was to put those security settings on using the Azure package, so I could have 100% control of what was happening to that data. The other really good thing was after council meetings, you could set up as a tool called Planner, or, you know, like a to-do list, where you could put all your tasks in there from those council meetings and share them out with the team. So you could manage your team, but also the councillors could then see what you were doing as well if you wanted to share those information with them, so they could see what's being actioned and when, and who's got control of those actions from the full council meeting. It just makes you a really efficient council, and that everybody knows what's going on then. So it's a really good tool, Planner.
Well, that's it. I think certainly as being a clerk and running a council, you have to be super organised, and having these systems available to you to help you to run the day-to-day operations are key. And, you know, this was before Microsoft Teams you were doing this, and what Teams is great and what it does now is it sits on top of everything and just brings it all together, which is really exciting. And, you know, we're working with lots of councils to help them to do this and use things like Planner and forms, etc. And then obviously we've got a session later with Bryan, who's going to be talking about building that modern agenda pack and really bringing it all together. So, well, thanks ever so much, Sally, for going through that. And I know you'll be joining us for the Q&A session at the end. And if any clerks have got any questions, they can ask them, which is great. So please do ask them on YouTube. But Sally, any sort of final things that you think that clerks would find really useful around what you went through when you modernised, around maybe training or anything else, the adoption of it with the councillors?
Yeah, everyone always thinks, you know, changing your systems is going to be a real headache, but it wasn't. I think it's doing it in bite-sized chunks, and it's being able to have that training with the individual councillors, starting off with, you know, using the Outlook systems, then getting to know the OneDrive, which is where all the documents pop up when you share them to them, and then, you know, going through Planner and things. It's doing it in bite-sized chunks, and the training that you guys provided made it really easy for people to get to know how it worked and get control of it. And the other thing that everyone always says to me is, our counsellors are of an older age. They're not necessarily going to get used to the systems. But actually, one of my counsellors, the oldest one, was the best one at getting to know the systems, because they've got the time. They've got the time to play with it. And as long as you can invest that time with the training, then actually it's a huge benefit to the council and the counsellors themselves to see how much information they can now receive without reams and reams of paperwork around their house.
Absolutely. Well, thanks ever so much for that, Sally. And, we all do understand the importance of training. And, I was on the phone to a counsellor actually just yesterday who had been through the process of being trained through a council he works, and he said that we just got it actually just before COVID. And he said that all the council are using, Teams and using 365 and SharePoint, and it's super efficient. And I think you're really right there. It's not really about the age. It's about mentality and support. And if you can give people support, it is possible. So brilliant. Well, thank you so much, Sally. And just to let people know, don't forget, we at Cloudy here, we've got a Clerk's Tech Forum, which is a place for clerks to share best practice. So please, if anyone wants to join us, please just go into Facebook, search for Clerk's Tech Forum and do join. But Sally, thanks ever so much for joining us. See you a bit later on in the summit for the Q&A, and enjoy the rest of your day. Cheers.
Thank you.
Brilliant. Well, thanks for that, Sally. It's really useful to hear some of that feedback from a clerk who's been through the process of modernising, years ago before COVID even struck. But obviously, clearly now it is a lot more important now. We're relying on the technology so much to run our council, run our meetings, etc. That actually having the right package is important. That's what this session's all about now. It's about some good products from the Microsoft ecosystem that can really help you run an efficient council. And our next session, we've got John, who's going to be talking about empowering everyone with Microsoft Teams. So, John, are you there? Oh, John, you're on mute.
So there we go. Yes.
Excellent. Good to join. Good to see you. So thanks ever so much, John. Obviously, really looking forward to a session. Obviously, heard a bit from Sally there just a moment ago. But yeah, thanks very much. The floor is yours.
No, thanks so much, David. It's brilliant to be here today to talk to the audience virtually. And actually, the most powerful thing ever is when we hear from our customers like Sally that have gone through that transformation and have really embraced the opportunity of technology and then are really seeing the benefits. So that is the most powerful thing you're probably going to hear all day. And hopefully the rest of the sessions you'll get today will really sort of bring to life the opportunity that sits in front of you to save yourself time, to really enjoy and share and create this inclusive culture within your council. So really pleased to be here today. So I wanted to talk to you today about empowering everybody with Microsoft Teams. And really, when we think about everybody in that statement, everyone in that statement, we really need to dive into what we mean by everyone. And to explain what this means to Microsoft, I want to share one of the most powerful experiences that I've had in my time working at this organization. And it was one of my first visits to a Microsoft partner, and we were pitching Microsoft 365 for education to their sales team. And actually, we were demonstrating the power of our immersive reader in the afternoon session. And that was the moment in time when I truly started to understand the inclusive power of accessible technology. Now, if you don't know Immersive Reader, it's a digital tool we've built into many Microsoft products, including Word, designed to help students with reading and writing comprehension. Now, what's fantastic about this tool is that in the modern classroom, where all students have a device, students with dyslexia can get access to the support and the tools that they need without standing out and looking different to the other children in the class. And at the end of that pitch on that day when we did that, when we were talking to our partner, one of their sales team was almost in tears. And they shared that it brought back memories of their own experience of having dyslexia in school and finding themselves excluding themselves from the lessons because they didn't want to use the large printouts, the acetates, the kind of manual tools that the teacher had prepared to help them manage their dyslexia. They didn't want those tools because it would make them stand out and look different. And by ignoring those traditional tools, they got left behind in their education. And so hearing that powerful insight about the power of accessible tools really kind of inspired me. And so it's great to have that experience early on in my career at Microsoft. So when addressing achieving more through Teams, which is what I want to talk to you about today, I'm going to lean in on our approach to accessibility and creating a more inclusive culture. I'm sure accessibility is actually one of the key pillars that you look at as one of your key responsibilities when you look at the services you provide for your residents and your communities. So hopefully it's going to be very interesting on two levels. So my mission for the next, well, just under 25 minutes now is to share Microsoft's approach to accessibility, show how our technology can enable a more inclusive experience for all, and set you on your journey to achieve more with Microsoft 365. So hopefully I'm successful in that mission. Yes, my name's John and I'm a customer program manager at Microsoft. I work in our modern work and security solution area, which is Microsoft 365. Please feel free to connect with me on my LinkedIn address there, and share with me your experiences. We love to hear from our customers. So at Microsoft, our mission is to empower every individual and every organization on the planet to achieve more. And a big part of how we do that is by helping our customers digitally transform. Even before COVID, as Sally showed, many of our customers were investing in digital transformation. And at the start of the pandemic, there was tremendous pressure and urgency for every organization to increase their tech intensity and drive transformation, especially as many businesses moved to remote working. As a result, we are more connected than ever before. And a great example of that is Microsoft Teams. Now, Teams was launched in March 2017. And at the beginning of 2020, Teams had amassed 20 million daily active users worldwide. So kind of in that 3-year period. A few months later, in April, it had exploded to 75 million daily active users. And in our last update in October, towards the back end of last year, that figure had increased again to 115 million. Now that illustrates exactly how technology can connect people in new and exciting ways. As we move out of the current lockdown, we do not expect the remote working culture to go back to the way it was before. I think as David mentioned, we're expecting to see a hybrid world develop. In a recent Microsoft survey, 82% of business managers expect to move to more flexible working and home policies for their teams post the pandemic. So the future of work will be a hybrid, not based on where you work, but based on what you achieve. And I think that's really going to be empowering for so many people. And technology has a key role to play in driving that hybrid work culture. However, technology could exclude people from that future if it is not designed with accessibility in mind. And I want to share with you some small insights into Microsoft's approach to accessibility. Now, to understand accessibility, let's look at what we mean by disability. For most of the 20th century, disability was defined as a result of an individual's condition. The problem was with the person. But disability happens at the point of interaction between the person and their environment. Physical, cognitive, and social exclusion are the result of a mismatch between the person and what they want to achieve and the environment that they're in that can't support that. Now, this new definition, first adopted by the World Health Organization, presents a solvable design, business, and social problem. And it's a problem that we take very seriously at Microsoft because it stands directly between us and our ability to achieve the mission that I showed you in the previous slide. So when most people think about accessibility, they think about designing buildings and structures with accessibility in mind, or they're making sure that they're following accessibility compliance standards. But really, accessibility is about enabling people to achieve whatever it is they want to achieve. It's about letting people fully participate and contribute. Ultimately, it's creating experiences that are better for everyone. That's why Microsoft has made accessibility a priority when designing and building our products, as shared by our CEO in this statement. Now, in the world, there are over 1 billion people who have a disability, many of whom need assistive technology. But only 1 in 10 people have access to the products they need, and this means they can't fully participate. Accessible technology can allow them to fully participate. Now, disability comes in a wide range of forms. A lot of the time, people only think about the permanent conditions, but you do also have temporary circumstances and also in specific situations. And in a 2004 Forrester study, they found that 57% of the current workforce may benefit from accessible technology, but they don't have access to it. Now, as we've talked about already, our current working from home experience means it's never been more important for us to focus on how we include everyone. Remote working and information sharing can be difficult and time consuming, creating a potential situational barrier for all of us. We all could experience that situational barrier. So actually, accessibility is a vehicle to enable an inclusive environment for everyone, giving everyone that same opportunity to achieve more. Now, thinking about that with that backdrop, let's talk about my home within Microsoft, the modern work and security solution area. Now, Microsoft 365 is our productivity cloud that connects people and information in an intelligent new way, which I think Sally did a fabulous job talking to you about some of the tools and how it's really helped her achieve more and connect to the community that she works with. Now, more than just your favorite Office 365 apps, Microsoft 365 brings together powerful cloud services, including cloud storage, to make it even easier for you to create and share your work and just get your work done from wherever you are. Now, the way that most people experience Microsoft 365 is by working in teams. Ensuring Microsoft 365 and the tools that, like Teams, deliver that inclusive and accessible experience is an absolute business imperative. And I'll just share some of the glimpses for you on what we've done to achieve that. So let me start by introducing Teams to those of you that are not so familiar with the product. The key point to Teams is that people don't just join a meeting and then close it at the end of that meeting. They work in teams all day, whenever they need to work. Microsoft Teams is a hub for teamwork. It brings together everything a team needs. That persistent chat that David talked about, and threaded conversations, meeting and video conferencing, phone calling, content collaboration with the power of Office 365 applications, and the ability to create and integrate apps and workflows that your business relies on. Sounds like a lot, but don't worry, we've got amazing partners like Cloudy who can help you on that journey. And because Microsoft Teams is part of Office 365, it comes with this enterprise security, compliance, and manageability that our customers expect and value. And again, Sally gave a great example of how that's made a huge difference. We've made Microsoft 365 GDPR compliant, not just in Europe, but we've made that a standard that we have across the entire globe, because that data protection is hugely important to our customers, and privacy is a baseline for our business that we have to adhere to. So on screen, you can see the layout for the Teams app. You can see the navigation controls are on the far left-hand side, giving you really easy access to the activity notifications. So anything to do with the teams that you're in or with chat, you get a notification to tell you there's something for you to check. You can then look at your chat, which we're looking at the moment. You can see the various chats that I have there and people sharing documents as well. You also have access to the Teams UR, so different projects, different groups. You have your calendar, so you can work directly into the meetings and see what your agenda is for the day. Again, a good example of how you don't need to leave Teams to go to other apps. It's all built in. You can see all the files that you have, so that access to the documents that you've created is direct, and they're all searchable. Everything's searchable from that top search bar. And then you can see you also have your files, and you also have your calling if you have telephony also through Teams. So now let me dive into a couple of the features that enable that more inclusive and accessible experience for all. So rather than show demo videos, I'm just going to click through a couple of examples for you. So collaboration within Teams is as secure and robust as you would expect from a Microsoft 365 experience, giving you the ability to edit at the same time as your colleagues and share to specific people and groups, all within the power of the Teams applications. Now, as you can see on this example on the screen, we've got a team here called Digital Initiative Public Relations. And then there's a channel there specifically around being successful with working from home. And I've highlighted those in the red box. And then on the right-hand side, you can see the chat going on between the members of that channel. So you can see there we've got Lynn chatting, Alan chatting, they're sharing documents all in the same place. Now, all the files that are being shared in this channel are available in the file menu at the top. And these are all backed up by Microsoft SharePoint, which is your cloud storage for your team. Now, if I click on the File tab, you can see all the documents your team has created and shared with this particular team. You can open them directly within Teams, or you can open them in your web browser, or you could even open them in your Office app, and it will open up the Office app for you. Now, the experience is the same for each of your team members. So this opens up a really rich co-authoring experience that lets you make changes at the same time of your colleagues. So you can see here with this particular document that I opened within the Being Successful with Working from Home channel, you can see I'm editing the first paragraph in that VPM section, and my colleague Alan at the same time, he's editing the second paragraph at the top there. So that gives everybody access all the time to these documents for you. No need for you to start creating different copies. You can have all of this within that flow of the conversation. So really the power of this is in thinking about maybe how you do things today. Are you emailing your meeting agendas, your presentations, your documents in advance to meetings or deadlines? And is that creating an unbearable cascade of email replies with siloed conversations and document versions that you never have the opportunity, or you have very limited time to go and consolidate those into that single picture? Now you can do it all within Teams. So that simple connectivity creates a collective and inclusive experience your team will love, and hopefully an experience that will save your team time. So collaborating and co-authoring is simple in Teams, and it's easy to imagine how it creates that inclusive Teams culture. But how is it more accessible for every employee? Now, this is where my experience with the Immersive Reader comes in. Now, going back to Immersive Reader, this was a bold idea that was created in a Microsoft engineering hackathon, originally focused on empowering students of all abilities, including students with dyslexia. Now, today, more than 60 million people worldwide are using this app every single month for free, improving their reading and writing comprehension. And it was so successful, we built it into many Microsoft products, not just into our education products. So it's in our Edge browser, it's in Microsoft Teams, it's in Word, it's in a lot of our tools. Now, according to the British Dyslexia Association, the number of individuals with dyslexia in the UK is around 10%. So your fantastic collaborative shared documents in Teams, or the way you're sharing at the moment, if it's not digitally, that could be creating a significant accessibility challenge for 1 in 10 of your people. Now, with Immersive Reader built directly into Teams, you can see here I'm still within Teams when I've opened this document that my son sent me with a piece of his homework. All of your documents can be viewed and read in the way that suits the person without them actually changing the document itself. So you can see here at the top, I've gone to the View menu across the top ribbon, and I can click directly into Immersive Reader. Now, Immersive Reader is really powerful. You can change the font to a font which is much easier for you to read. You can change the font size. You can change the letter spacing. You have real control to make sure it is presented to you in a way that really suits the way for you. Removing any distractions like other images and backgrounds, that's really powerful online. If you just wanted to read a document from a website, but the website was covered in adverts, click on Immersive Reader and you will just see the document. And then you can see at the bottom there, you can also play back the text as well, so you can have it read out loud, so you can ensure that your comprehension is spot on. You also have these focus lines, which is really great, so you can take away the distraction of the other lines. So it's a really powerful tool built into Teams, will drive that inclusion for you and for your community that are reading any of the documents that you share within Teams. So now I would like to introduce our accessibility checker to you. Again, this tool is built into our Office 365 applications, and it harnesses the power of AI and the cloud. Now, before sending those email messages or sharing documents or spreadsheets, run the accessibility checker to make sure your Office document and the content you have is easy for people of all abilities to read and edit. Our accessibility checker is built into many of our Microsoft 365 products, including Excel, Word, Outlook, and PowerPoint. To easily address accessibility errors and warnings, select an issue and open that and get a recommended list of actions you can take. And with one click, you can apply that change, or you can select the arrow to look at more options. You also have the opportunity to turn this on as a feature that is keeping an eye on your accessibility whilst you work and alerting you as you work to anything that crops up. So it's a fantastic tool that ensures your content is as inclusive as possible, and it's included for free in Microsoft 365. Now, it also supports businesses that are aiming to ensure their content, including, for example, their websites, are compliant with national accessibility standards and guidelines. So it's a super powerful tool, and hopefully you can see that this platform that Teams has starts to bring loads of opportunities for you. So now I'd like to move from document management and collaboration to more inclusive meetings, and we'll start with live captions. So live captions can make your meetings more inclusive for participants that are deaf or hard of hearing, people with different levels of language proficiency, and people that are participating from a loud environment and they need another way to follow along with the conversation. You can simply access this via the Teams menu, and you can start live transcriptions with or without a video recording as well. When you activate, Teams notifies everybody on the call that they are being transcribed and they're being recorded. Transcriptions also allows you to focus, as say if you're running this meeting, and participate in the conversation, avoiding the need for you to take detailed meeting notes, as you will have access to the transcription, the full transcription at the end of the meeting. And it does also include speaker attribution to let you know who said what. The recording will be accessed and downloadable if required. And you can see here, I've gone back into the calendar, I've opened up the meeting, I've gone to the chat, and there you can see in this example, I've got the copy of the video recording and I've got the copy of the transcription. So I can click on the transcription and there's the document. I can rewatch the recording, I can review the meeting transcript. Really easy way to refresh your memory about the next steps and the key actions, and actually very useful if there's any disputes around what was agreed in the meeting. You can easily hold people accountable for what they said because you've got a permanent record of it. So similar to live transcriptions, you've got live captions. So this is for people that are in the meeting, and it provides a real-time view of what is being said using the power of speech recognition. So any of your participants on the call can access live captions by accessing the menu bar, as I showed before, and turning on live captions at any time. Now, this feature enables everyone to understand the discussion, even if they're in that noisy environment or if they do have any disabilities such as hard of hearing. And again, what's very useful, you can see that the live captions appears at the bottom, and it does also include the speaker attribution. So again, you can follow along to see exactly what was said and who said it. Now, the next feature that I think is really powerful is raise the hand. Raise hand is a great feature to increase the inclusivity of your meeting. So I think we've all been in meetings where the flow of that meeting has been broken as the speaker is constantly being interrupted. Whilst there's other times when people don't feel confident to interrupt the speaker, but they have a really great point, and so they miss the opportunity to share their point of view. So by using the raise the hand feature, as shown here by Jason in the middle of the screen, you can control the meeting etiquette and enable everyone to have an equal opportunity to be included in the discussion. We often actually also use the show raise hands feature if we're looking to gather consensus on a topic. We can very quickly ask everybody to show and raise their hands. So it's a very useful tool. And again, it drives a really inclusive meeting. So now I wanted to just switch to our dynamic gallery view. Now, our large gallery view lets you see more than just the standard 3x3 video feed. It actually automatically scales to the number of participants in your meeting, allowing up to 49 users to be seen on the screen at once. So it gives a great opportunity for everybody to be included in the meeting, and you can ensure that you've got their undivided attention. Now, where this is really interesting is where we've recently introduced a new meeting experience called Together Mode, which is designed to remove the barriers between people and enable more natural communication to reduce meeting fatigue, which we're all feeling as we're having so many online meetings. So from the normal video call, you can get to the Together Mode from the menu again. So if I click on that, this feature uses AI technology to digitally place participants in a shared background, making them feel like they're in the same room as everybody else. Now, this mode makes meetings more engaging and inclusive and helps users pick up on the non-verbal clues that are really important to human interaction. And again, Together Mode automatically scales the environment up to 49 users. So now I wanted to show you polls that's built into Teams. So this is just a view of my diary from a couple of weeks ago. I've just blanked out all the meetings that I have, and you can see a couple of meetings that I have in on Wednesday. So it can be really important to understand and record everyone's opinion during discussions. And our polls app allows you to do this naturally within the flow of the meeting. So with Teams, you can prepare the poll before the meeting within your Teams calendar, as I'm showing here. So if I click on that meeting, this is an example of a short poll I created for a recent internal meeting we held on allyship. Now, if I want to create a second poll, I can simply click on the polls menu. If it's not showing at the top, I click on that plus sign, type in polls, and I will see it. And I can click that create new to create a brand new poll. Now here it is, and there's the framework. Now you can see some of the options that you have there to have multiple answers, to add more questions, to keep results anonymous, or if you want people to see the results live in the meeting, they can do that, or you can hold them back for later. So very, very powerful tool. And the great thing about it, once you've set it up, you can launch the poll at the specific point in the meeting that you need it. And it will pop up on the screen in front of each of your users, and they can record the person's answer, and then it will be available to you as a downloadable file that you can track exactly how that vote went in that meeting. So it's a great feature built into Teams. And actually, there are some really powerful third-party Teams polling apps that our partners have developed that increase the functionality. And I think you're going to see some examples of that later on. So hold your excitement for some of the information later. So right, in the short time that I've had with you, I've only really been able to share a handful of the features that we've built into Teams to empower you and your teams to have a more inclusive and accessible experience with Microsoft 365. Now, with Microsoft Teams, your exclusive experience doesn't start when you click that Start Meeting button. It starts way before, when you're planning and sharing your agenda and the content with your Teams channel, saving yourself time and money as you switch to digital and power up that co-authoring that I showed you. Now, our accessibility features enable everyone, no matter their situation. The ability to achieve more together and contribute is our goal, and we'll continue to look at more ways that we can drive that. And hopefully you've started to see some of the power of this single tool, replacing multiple tools that you might be using and paying for, and to create that really cohesive journey for you as you go through your digital transformation. Now, if you're interested to learn more about our accessibility strategy, please visit Microsoft.com/accessibility to create that powerful experience and excitement and pride in building accessibility. We've created an accessibility action digital badge for our partner community. Now, you can get access to all of the content there, so you can really understand all of the tools that we have. So you're welcome to run that content. Now, how do you start? My last pillar was, how do you start your journey with Microsoft 365 if you've not done that so far? Now, Microsoft has created Microsoft 365 plans designed and priced specifically for small and medium customers, giving our SMB community the opportunity to use many of the tools that we've designed for large enterprise customers, but we've put them in a package to meet the needs and price more suitably for a smaller size business. Our basic and standard packages, as you can see on screen, they provide access to our key tools, cloud services, including world-class email, Exchange, OneDrive and SharePoint, so the document sharing that Sally talked about, and of course Teams and our Office 365 web apps. Our standard plan, as you can see there in the middle, that adds the Office 365 desktop apps. So that allows you to have the very latest version of Office 365 on up to 5 different devices. With the basic plan, you have access to the cloud version of those. So you go to your web browser and you can access all of your Office 365 tools. Our premium package, this brings through our enterprise security and mobility portfolio of industry recognized tools that enable you to keep your users and your data safe. So that's where David and Sally were talking about Azure information protection, those tools that we have to ensure that you have complete control over the data. And our unique approach to security is built on a principle of zero trust. We always assume that there's been a breach. We insist on explicit verification, and we give access to least privileged access. So you can control exactly which data points that you want different people to have access to. And Gartner have actually designated Microsoft as a leader within the security and compliance magic quadrant, as they call it, in many of the different vectors that they look at, which is absolutely fantastic. So have good confidence in what we can do there. Now, as you can see, we currently offer a 30-day free trial for all of our Microsoft 365 business plans, and they start from just £3.80 per user per month, and hopefully they will allow you to really consolidate to a single, more effective solution for you. And with that trial, working with our partners like Cloudy, you can have access, which is great. So now, hopefully you understand our portfolio, and I understand it can be quite overwhelming, and it's because we provide such a wide portfolio of products to help. But really, you don't need to be concerned, as Sally said. You can get in touch with Microsoft directly at support.microsoft.com, or please contact one of our amazing Microsoft certified partners ideally Cloudy IT, as they are experts in your field, and they will help you develop your own unique Microsoft 365 strategy and design the pace for you to adopt and develop that plan to ensure you have great success and enable yourself to save time and be more productive. So I will finish there and hand back to David. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I look forward to hearing the rest of the talks today as well.
Brilliant. Well, John, thanks ever so much. I think we can all agree a really informative session there, explaining some of the great features that Microsoft has around inclusivity, accessibility. All of these things are super important for councils as they deliver those services into their community. So, thank you, John, for that. And also, it's great to see the work that Microsoft are doing around the Teams environment and providing those extra windows for the councillors to engage in, and all these other features, because we know Teams does a lot more than just act as a video conferencing platform. It stores your files, acts as a phone system. So what we do when we look at councils, we look at the most holistic approach, and rather than having multiple clouds, we feel that the Microsoft cloud really has the majority of services that councils need. But John, thanks ever so much for your time a moment ago. Obviously, we've got Bryan coming on in a moment, but we'll see you a bit later. So cheers, all the best. So if anyone has any questions, please do ask them in the chat. We've got some great questions coming through already, and we'll put them in the Q&A session later. And what John was talking about there around how Teams operates leads us really perfectly into our next session, which will be around simplifying meeting management and agenda building. Unfortunately, Jorgen, who was going to come along and do this session, couldn't make it along this morning, but we're joined by Bryan, his sales director. Bryan, are you there?
I am. Hi, David.
Excellent. Brilliant. Well, thanks for joining us, Bryan. Really excited to have you here today. Hopefully what you're going to be demonstrating will be super useful for councils. We know with the councils we work with, there's councils looking at this as a really exciting product that's going to help with those hybrid meetings moving forward and promote that paperless environment and really optimize how those agenda packs are built and distributed. So, looking forward to the session, and over to you.
Thanks, David. Appreciate it. Well, thanks, everybody. Like David said, my name's Bryan Huber. I'm the Director of Sales here at Decisions. Decisions sort of summarizes, we are a software company built entirely on top of the work that John's team has done at Microsoft to allow meetings to happen more effectively by allowing you to build effective agendas that you can share and collaborate on with the team members. What we're looking at here specifically is the use case with councils, especially as they are now virtual, possibly moving back to in-person, but will always sort of have a hybrid aspect to them. One of the major lessons that we've learned so far from COVID is really just how adaptable work is in the world we live in right now. I can think back where we would have been if this had occurred even just 10 years ago, before we had cloud computing and video conferencing like Teams at the scale that we do now. Fortunately, we have access to tools like David and John have been discussing, and we can work remotely, but still remain in a secure and collaborative environment. And that's where Decisions comes in when it comes to meetings. So we, for councils, the changes have opened up new possibilities to be more efficient and open. But at the same time, they've also unleashed some new and unexpected challenges. And we've definitely seen some hiccups along the way. I don't really have much to say on this slide. I'll just sort of leave that with everyone here and just acknowledge the fact that change can be a bit difficult. But some of the common challenges we're seeing with councils, you can see listed here, where coordinating a meeting in a virtual or hybrid environment remains a drag on resources because the new tools aren't necessarily built with the modern council in mind. Also, councils are running into competing priorities. You have more technologically proficient counselors and members of the public who want and demand that meeting materials be more accessible to them. But you also have pushback from maybe less tech-savvy counselors to sort of keep things the way that they're most comfortable. And on top of all that, council meetings have never been more accessible or easily shared. So conflicts that may have remained behind closed doors or largely behind closed doors are brought now to the public's attention. This is where decisions can help. So if your council is using Microsoft 365, we can help you with tools specially designed to make it easy to build the modern agenda pack. Meeting information can be shared and collaborated on in advance of the meeting. There's no more taking screenshots of PDF documents and pasting it in to create an agenda pack that you can send out or print. You can have the meeting info merge seamlessly into a shareable document that's stored for you automatically. It's also built on existing technology, so it's seamlessly integrated into tools that counselors are already familiar with. Essentially, if a counselor can use email, they'll be able to use this. And we also can include other tools that make it easier to clerk a virtual or hybrid meeting, including a virtual hand raise function, or basically a speaker's queue, which I'll talk about a little bit, and a secure voting feature. How does Decisions work? Well, we're built entirely on top of Office 365. So it's extending the tools that you already have access to and you are becoming familiar with. You begin the process in either Teams or Outlook. So you can use either one as an entry point, where you can easily build a structured agenda that can be shared with the meeting participants and even published to your website. All of the meeting data, including the agenda, the meeting documents, all of that is stored for you automatically in the cloud in SharePoint. That means that Decisions, we do not have access to any of the meeting data. It's all within the SharePoint sites. And because of that, it will follow all of the great security policies that you can put in place through 365, the document retention policies, archiving policies that you have in place. We also extend OneNote and Word to make it easier to take personal notes and minutes for the meeting. And action items can be automatically synced during the meeting. So participants are notified, they're reminded of items as they become due. So basically, there's no more missed action items, which can be a bit of frustration, lead to a bit of frustration. And then those are automatically also synced to the minutes of the meeting at the end. I'll show you how it works a bit in reality here. If you'll bear with me for a moment, I'll open up Teams, and you'll be able to see Decisions here. So it's integrated in this version here. I have it. Is it in Teams? Just as a button on the left panel, so an app within Teams, which will show you the meetings that you have coming up on your calendar, as well as past meetings. So if you want a quick overview of the previous meetings that you've had, you can find that here as well as the minutes from those meetings. I have actually already created an agenda that we can look at so you can see what it looks like. The agenda is a fairly standard format, so it's really accessible, really easy to understand. It should be familiar really to anybody who's in your meetings. Each item has a title, which gives you the topic, and then a description below that, which can be really as long or as short as you need. And then files. So any files that are associated with the agenda points are automatically linked to that agenda item. So it's nice and clear where that belongs. You don't have to send an email with an agenda and then 10 attachments and leave it to the counselors to figure out what attachment goes with what. With Decisions, it's really clear what every item is referring to. We also have some more advanced functionality that you can take advantage of that'll help make running and preparing for the meetings easier. One is you can set an amount of time for each item, which if you do activates or can activate a time tracker that'll show up for you to help keep people on time when the meeting's actually taking place. There is the ability to do custom numbering. So if there is a particular way that your council numbers the agenda items, you can maintain that as well. We also have the ability to create hashtags, so it's easier to refer to related information in the meeting. So when you're creating the agenda, you can mark an item with a hashtag, which will allow counselors or anyone who's looking at the meeting agenda to quickly find other items that have been marked with that hashtag. So you can get an overview of a subject really quite quickly and within the meeting itself to make it a bit easier for everybody to get on the same page. There's also the type, so you can sort of set the expectations for the agenda item. And build this agenda. You can build this agenda in draft mode before releasing it to the counselors, or you can work in collaboration with other people to get this built. Once it's ready, you can send it out. You can also create a meeting book, which is basically a summary or all of the information for the meeting put together into one master document, which can be printed, shared via email, however you prefer to, or published to the website even. And this document allows you to see all of the meeting information. So each agenda item, it builds a table of contents for you, and the documents are actually automatically merged into this PDF. So I've spent a lot of time in conversation with counselors or clerks that spend a lot of time building these very manually, from screenshots of PDFs or sort of slapping Word documents together, and it's an area of frustration and a big use of time. This took about less than 5 minutes to build. So at the end, you should have a lot more time to be able to dedicate to actually planning the meeting rather than sort of this manual task. Then after you send that out, the counselors will receive this view. They'll be able to see the agenda here. They'll also have a link and be able to see the agenda, the meeting book with a separate link. They then also can use this to prepare for the meeting. So counselors can annotate documents. Both the meeting book and the individual documents are annotatable. That will save a personal copy for them, so that they can make any notes on those. And those will just be private to them. So if they want to mark up that document, highlight it, write notes on there, they can do that. They also have the ability to take private notes, both during the meeting or in advance of the meeting, so that they can write up any notes that they need for when the meeting takes place. So that's on the sort of the end user side. For the clerk, we have some additional features that'll help make running the meeting a bit easier as well. One is our integrated speaker list. So you can see each agenda item has an option to post a speaker list. What that does is it allows you to have people virtually sign up to speak on a topic. I'll show you an example of this in a bit, but that's you can launch that directly from here. You also have the ability to start votes. So if you want, you can also use this for secure voting. We have a secure voting module that goes along with this, which I'll also show in a bit here, but you're able to launch this from the sort of the Clerk dashboard is what we're looking at here. Also have the ability to quickly create tasks on the fly. So if we have an action item coming out of this meeting that we want to record, we can do that quite easily. So for example, we have an action item here to review contract. I can add a description about what we need them to do, give them a due date, pick who it is going to be assigned to, hit add, and this will sync into Microsoft Planner, which is another one of the great Microsoft tools for project management or really task management, prioritizing your day. But it will also notify the counselors directly or whoever you're assigning the action to via email. So they'll get an email notification that says, you have this new task assigned, and this is the due date. And it will also send you a reminder before that due date comes up. At the end of the meeting, when the meeting has run its course. You can also utilize decisions to create a minutes document in a PDF document of the official meeting minutes. So that'll help save you a bit of time here as well. So I'm just going to launch this open, and you'll see how easy it is to create a minutes document when you're done. Whenever Word launches, we have a decision side panel that will know that we've built an agenda for this meeting, so we can use that information to actually build our minutes. I'll merge the information, and we have a minutes document basically ready to go. This can be customized, just so you know. It's quite easy to add the logo of the council, but we can change fonts and colors to keep it on brand. We can work on that with you as well. Or really in this case, our partners at Cloudy can work with you as well on this. The document is able to be reviewed, so you can send it out for review. After it's finalized, you create a PDF document, which will save this document into a SharePoint folder automatically for you. So all of the meeting documents are saved in the same place. So it's really easy to find them if you need to go back to them later. And we actually have a new feature, electronic signature, which will allow you to send out that document for a signature via Adobe Sign. So if you are using Adobe Sign or thinking about using Adobe Sign, this might be a nice bonus for you, that the minutes are automatically integrated into that account. Great, that's what I wanted to show you with the practical aspect. Let me bring this back up here. And so I showed you some of the features that we have, especially features that have the modern council in mind. You can read those here. Like I mentioned, for those clerking the meeting, they have the full dashboard with which to generate those action items, record decisions that have been made, and create the minutes of the meeting. In addition to the meeting pack generation, which makes things quite simple and easy and quick to create those modern meeting packs. And then for the end users, like I said, I showed you a little bit how they can prepare for the meeting while the meeting is being run. If the meeting is virtual or hybrid, for those who are attending the meeting via Teams, the process is super simple. If they're attending the meeting via Teams, they can review the agenda through the in-meeting app. It's also easy to access. Basically, you can access this view while the meeting is going on. It's as easy as opening the chat or raising your hand during the meeting or creating a poll like John had showed. You can view each agenda item, open the files, review the materials all through the side panel here. And you can even vote directly in the meeting window as well if you are attending remotely. Additionally, for those meetings, we have the speaker list, like I mentioned. It basically posts a small card into the chat window where you can virtually sign up to speak on a topic. You can see here, this is an example from a meeting in Norway where people are raising their hand to speak on a specific topic. As people speak and have their say, the clerk is able to check through to record that that person has spoken, knows who's next in line to speak. We also have a voting module that allows you to vote directly from the meeting chats or the agenda itself. You can also vote via email or mobile app, whatever is easiest for the end user. And you can see those results live in Teams while the meeting is taking place. So here you can see an example from the same meeting where a vote is being cast on a topic. You're able to see each of the politicians who are voting for and against that item. Sorry, this is in Norwegian, but I think it's understandable. You also have these letters here at the beginning, which signify the political party that the person is voting from. But you can do this a couple of different ways. You can use the political party, but you can also use the area of the council or the region to sort of separate who's voting for what and have attribution for those votes that way. Finally, we also have a mobile app that you can take advantage of, which make it really easy to access the agenda on the go. You can view the meeting agenda from the app. You can launch the files as well from the app. And if you are attending a hybrid meeting, you can vote from the app. So while people who are attending remotely via Teams can vote via the meeting window itself, people in person can have their votes manually registered by the clerk, or they can use our app to record their votes. So in summary, the tools that David presented and John presented are excellent for allowing us to all work collaboratively, especially while we are working remotely or in a hybrid manner. By using them, there's no longer a reason to continue with many of the manual processes that you have already had in place. Adding decisions on top of those tools allows you to build a modern, easy-to-use agenda pack using the secure tools that you would already have access to. So last but not least, so the last item I just wanted to mention is really, in summary, the future of council meetings is hybrid. We may be moving towards more in person, but there will always be a hybrid aspect, especially when it comes to preparing for the meeting. And to meet that need, we need to take a digital first attitude to be prepared for that future. Thank you, everybody, so much. Thanks, David. I'll pass back to you, and looking forward to finding your questions a bit later today.
Great. Well, Bryan, thanks ever so much for your session there. It was really useful to hear firsthand some of the great work Decisions are doing in the local government sector, but also for many other sectors around building more efficient, productive meetings. So, we've got some great speakers for the rest of the day. Obviously, Bryan's going to be joining us again a bit later on to talk. And, obviously, thank you to John as well, who did a terrific job talking about Teams, Microsoft's ecosystem and its accessibility and inclusivity as well. And that's what it's about, really, finding really good partners you can align with and can grow with you. And Microsoft, Decisions, Cloudy, we're here to support organizations as they transform and digitalize and really prepare themselves for what the future holds. So, Bryan, thanks ever so much. We look forward to seeing you later on. So thanks for the Q&A. So if anyone has any questions for Bryan, please do ask them in YouTube and we'll relay them back and he can answer your questions. And that's going to happen a bit later on. Now, please do bear in mind, we do have some special offers for attending this summit. So if you head over to the website, you'll find those offers are available. You'll get an email afterwards. But we're talking things like heavy discounts off the Decision packages, discounts off the Microsoft licensing. So real good incentives to help you sort of really get the most out of that technology because obviously adopting it can be quite difficult. And here at Cloudy, we are offering free training as well for councillors. So really exciting as those new councillors join the council come May, you'll be able to offer them a bit of free training around that new environment that they've got. But a really useful session. We've got 2 more sessions lined up and a Q&A. So please do come back for either those sessions or join us for the Q&A. Do like and share. But thanks very much for joining us for the council session. We hope it was informative. We hope you got the most out of it and do take care. So all the best. Goodbye.
The corona situation forces a lot of our clients to work from homes. It forces working in a digital way, meeting your clients with Teams, sharing your notes in OneNote, etc. I was scared at the beginning. I thought, oh my God, is Office 365 able to handle that load? All the schools, the classes, all the companies, all on Office 365. And after a couple of months, we realized, hey, we can rely on it. It scales well, and it's quite easy to work from home together with colleagues. But what you would need is a bit of thought on the design of those work processes. How will we work together? Information needs status. If you save it on your local disk and I save it in my mailbox, and the company needs to be able to save those records and report on them, we need to agree on a recipe and a way of working. That's what we do with a small project together with our partner Cloudy. We discuss with you, the client, how to get that recipe to work well for your company, then add these cool tools on top of it, and it'll run smoothly.
Hello and welcome back to our Cloudy Summit. And it's been a great summit so far. We've had some incredible speakers speaking in the first session, which was focused on the local government sector, focused on helping clerks and councillors and officers as they transform and look to run their council meetings and run their councils in general in the future. So we've got 2 more sessions left during our summit, and we're really looking forward to our guest speakers talking about some of the innovative things they're doing within those sectors, the legal and also the charity sectors. Both sectors have huge demands put on them around government legislation, bureaucracy, etc., and having good solutions in place to automate and to ensure they can meet these responsibilities is key. So I'm really excited to have as our next speaker Bart from Epona. Bart, are you there?
I am, yes, indeed. Good morning.
Excellent. Thank you for joining us. So, Bart, really excited to have you here. We've been working with Bart and Epona for a couple of years now, working on their incredible solution, which I think is revolutionary and actually harnesses all the great benefits that we know Microsoft 365 has. And I will try and do a good job in expressing them, but I'm sure Bart will do a much better job. But Bart, obviously your session is 10 steps to turn Microsoft 365 into a legal document management system, and I've seen it in action and heard the feedback as well from the customers, and it is really incredible. So Bart, looking forward to your session. Over to you.
Thank you, David. I'm sharing a couple of slides, and I'm also going to jump into some of the applications to show you around. First of all, the vision of our company is to help you take a next step in Office 365. What that next step is usually create a legal document management system out of your standard Office 365 environment. And this is in the Corona times, looks like a very normal step because you already have Teams and you're using OneDrive and you're very much used to using Exchange Online. But if I had asked you the question, will Office 365 be your next legal document management system 10 years ago, you would probably have said no. You would have said, well, I'm using OpenText, or I'm using NetDocuments, or I'm using iManage, or any of those bespoke legal document management systems. Now, after this year, after all that has happened, I think a lot of you are taking a look at what can I do with my existing Office 365 and how can I commoditize these functions and arrange it in such a way that it is going to become my email management and document management system. In the next 20 minutes or so, I'm going to try and show you how that would look. And I'm going to show you a lot of the application functions from different angles. So it might be confusing, and I'll try and do it as slow as possible. First, something on the topics. In 4 hours, we'll turn your Office 365 into a legal DMS. Then I'll show you what Microsoft Matter Center is and what we've done with it. And I'll also discuss a bit the Matter Center approach to managing those matters online in the web. Next, I'm going to go into what you can do with Power BI to manage your matters. And of course, a lot of you might have questions about security and compliance, and I'll discuss those elements as well. Corporate legal clients of our company have always asked us, can we also do contract management and knowledge management? That is a logical next step after a legal DMS. And then to make it a little bit interesting for the ones that like high tech, please, legal project management in Planner, collaborating in an extranet using Teams with your clients, and lastly, how to utilize machine learning to improve filing suggestions or the classification of data. Those are the topics that are going to be discussed in the next couple of minutes. I see I have to rush you through a couple of them, so hopefully it will be enough. A little bit on the company. We are a company that specializes in software and services for the legal professional. That means our clients are law firms and corporate legal departments. That's what we do. That's what we've been doing for the last 10 years. And together with Cloudy, we're assisting a number of UK-based law firms to install Epona DMS for legal very, very quickly. So what happens if you install DMS for legal on your tenant? Well, we just add a recipe to it. we add a couple of lists, a list of matters, a list of my matters, a list of recent documents. It's all very simple. And together with you, we go through the settings. This is a process that will take 3 steps. One is we put it into your Office 365 tenant, discuss the design. 2 is, together with you, we do a small pilot, which means we're going to pilot migrate existing sources of data into your new legal DMS, and then take a look at it again. In my experience, you need to take a look at that data at least 2 or 3 times, take a group decision on the recipe. Is it going to be correspondence or emails, those folder names? Who gets to go get permissions on a certain matter? Are we going to do Chinese walls? What about the extranets? What if somebody makes a mistake? So these are things you as a team need to consider, and we'll help you with that. This whole process in 4 hours is installed, discussed, and designed. After that, you take a go live decision. This is probably difficult. Well, people usually do not realize that the legal professionals, they do not have 5 or 10 team sites. No, a normal law firm might have 20,000, 40,000 active matters. So you're not talking about just a couple of team sites on your iPhone app that you're managing. You're managing a mechanism where everybody is responsible for at least 50 or 100 active matters, and the group is working on it day and night. So when we click a few of these buttons, you will have your legal document management system in Office 365. And how does that look? Well, it looks like a web application that shows you a lot of the matters that have been created. As you can see, there are 60 matters created here, and I'm only subscribed currently to one single matter. This structure is called Epona Matter Center. This is a conjunction of technology from Microsoft Matter Center, together with the Epona recipe. And it's web-oriented, but it doesn't necessarily need to be web-oriented only. It can also be fully integrated into your Outlook. Let me show you around. I'm minimizing the screen, and as you see, this is my Outlook view. And in my Outlook view, I have my Matters here at the bottom. If I click on them, the matters that I can see in the web are also the matters that I can see in my Outlook. So clicking on it from the perspective of my Outlook, let's just wait for that to happen. I can click on the folder, see the items that have been stored in the matter. So these are my documents that I've stored. Of course, Word documents will automatically be previewed, as you can see happening. And here, PDF files are also previewed. If I click on my email subfolder, the email content is going to be previewed immediately. And I can, of course, select an email and forward it to a colleague, or answer that email and put that answer into a matter. Just switching back to the web view, I saw it was a little bit slow when I started it before. By now it is there. As you can see, I have 2,873 matters. And if I haven't installed anything, I'm just using the web, I can click on a matter like this, open a matter, and I land on the matter landing page. And this is where it gets interesting in terms of taking the next step, because it's not only going to show you the files that are there, but I can also use OneNote or tasks or calendar, or even going beyond that. So not to confuse you too much, I've been demonstrating the web view with the Matter landing page and the Matter Center page. I've been demonstrating to you that it can also be handled from Outlook, and I'm also going to show you that it can be handled from my Word. So if I create a new document, I obviously want to save that down into my legal DMS. When I click save, it's going to pop up and say, oh, where do you want to save it? It could automatically jump to the appropriate matters that I have been working on in the last couple of hours, or the matters that are on my list. And if I click on correspondence and give it a file name, it's going to be saved. And the legal professionals already see what is very important to them in their usual workflows. That is the indication of versions of a document. Versions of a document I'll go into shortly. So I'm going to save it down from a Word perspective into the document management systems, and it's going to reopen the file, and my colleagues can co-author in Office 365 matters at the same time. It's also going to get a unique document ID so that can be identified and placed into the footer if I like. So again, a user interface of the legal document management system. I'm going to go and show you another user interface. I could, of course, also look at it from the perspective of Teams. So in Teams, obviously, I can see all my matters, but I can also go into Teams and show it from the perspective of the extranet that we are sharing with a client. Or, if you like, you can also work on tasks that you have been defining in your team side together with clients. I'm clicking on Tasks by Planner. It's maybe a bit slow because I'm in this session. Tasks will outline the tasks that I'm working on, similar to the ones that I have in Outlook, and also the tasks that I have in my team site. And this is important to see because I could have tasks that I'm doing on a personal side, or I could have tasks that are a part of a project, of a Teams environment. And please, if you're going to use Office 365 as your legal document management system, consider the tools like To Do and the tools like Planner in Teams to plan to do a bit of legal project management. A last interface, obviously, is my mobile phone. And for that, I'm going to show you a very quick movie because this is the easiest way for me to show you online. Showing my phone is difficult. If I have an iPhone or an Android phone, select an email, I can click on the dots and choose File Email, this blue one. This will allow me to file an email into the appropriate matter, one of the 3,000. And automatically, when I click Save, this email is going to be flagged as filed. And with this last interface, the mobile interface, I'm going to return to the Outlook interface and show you some examples from the Outlook interface as well. Just going to click into the Outlook interface, and you will see that all of these emails are also readily available in the matter. And if I look at it from the perspective of my inbox, it's as easy as working with Outlook. If I just want to take this email about a SharePoint conference, a very good one, drag it down into the folder and save it into the emails folder. Or alternatively, I can create a new email and say, well, let's send that email out to a client. Hello, email, Bart. The moment I send it out, the tools are going to ask me, do you also want to file this into a matter? Well, this is a very important one that I'd really like to file into the matter called Cloudy. And if I save it into the Cloudy matter, I get a selection of matters that I can select from, click OK, and immediately I'm going to charge them a lot of minutes on testing, etc., and give a remark. This will send it into my time and billing system. From sending an email, I'm filing it into a matter, my colleagues can see it immediately, and the time is also already charged. I'm returning to the Outlook slides to discuss with you just a couple of extra features. A lot of our clients are investing time in good KPI, good dashboards. These reports are auto-generated based upon your performance. So if I have a matter that is transitioned from open, closed to archived, I can automatically create reports that show me which matter has which state, who of my colleagues is working on a matter, what are the matter types that we are working on, what is the duration that we have worked on a matter. For us, this is very important to do together with you, because a lot of that information will come out of your financial systems, and some of that information will come out of your document management systems. Using Power BI to allow you to represent that data in a graphical way is a very strong way of managing your team, who are probably in a hybrid mode, working out of home and sometimes at the office. Lastly, one of the elements that I still really wanted to emphasize to you is the ability to share a matter outside. For records management purposes, you would want to have very strong, protected, with permission protected internal matters. These are considered to be almost records. Only the people allowed are going to be on those matters. There are going to be ethical walls to separate those colleagues who need not know that we're working for a certain client, But there's also this big need to interact between an internal records management oriented matter and the extranet environment. And this is what we do with this symbolic link that you can see underneath the fictional Aegon, the Netherlands matter. You can see Aegon also has a cloud icon in front of it, which means we can interact with the client in a separate Teams environment. This way, we're not sharing internal notes. We're not sharing those revisions that we really don't want to share. And we can collaborate at the same time in the team side on a document with the client and then take it back internally into our records. We strongly believe that managing your internal practice group teams to discuss clients or big projects using Planner with Teams is very strong, that using Teams as your future extranet, collaborating with the opposing parties, collaborating with your client, is a very strong feature of the set. And at the same time, using the records management features of DMS for Legal as your legal DMS in Office 365 makes it even stronger. And this whole environment is managed in one single secure Office 365 environment. Talking about security while we're on the topic, Microsoft will take care of password security, multi-factor authentication tokens, and our partner Cloudy will take care of very special security features such as conditional access. Only if you have a computer from our law firm, then you're allowed to log on to Office 365. Microsoft in the last months has also introduced new technology to even encrypt the data that is hosted by Microsoft with your own encryption keys. It's called Bring Your Own Key technology. This will allow you to leverage the functions of Office 365 to become your very secure legal document management application. My last element in this demonstration that I'd like to show you is the element of machine learning and search. So some of these emails that I have in my mailbox are going to be filed, and I'm a bit lazy. I don't want to drag this email to one of the matters. In this case, it's from CryptShare. It's a newsletter. I want my filing toolbar to calculate whether or not this needs to be filed and where it needs to be filed into. And it now already knows where to file it into. So if I click CryptShare here and click File, it's going to file this message into it. In this case, it's not a drag and drop, it's not a move, but it's a copy. And this copy creates a full copy of that email to be sent to that destination. As you can see, if I click on this one from Rabia, it's a fake one, by the way. It's about a KTO form. You can see it's already been filed, and I can also see where it was filed. It was filed in this hashtag rechtadvocaten. And I can always also drag attachments from it and send it into other folders if I like. In this case, the attachment was already filed using our email filing app on the mobile device. This being said, machine learning to assist me in filing will alleviate the pressure from people to maintain matters, to ensure that all these matters are complete, that it contains a complete chronological order of all the conversations going on that have been archived. A lot of our clients also would want very strong features, search features. If I select a matter like this and I search on a term, for example, the Epona term, I'm going to get search results back. These search results are going to be a lot in quantity. This is very logical for the legal professional. As you can see, I've gotten 306 search results coming out of a single matter search only. So the scope is this matter, the search term is Epona, and these are the results. And I can refine those results and say, well, give me only those results that are PDFs, and give me only those results that are created by my colleague Marcel Lang, and then the search result is going to be previewed if I switch on my preview. So the ability to refine my searches, the ability to define my scope of the search is what makes a mix of a good tool together with a legal document management recipe on Office 365 a strong combination. So hopefully I've shown you a couple of cool and interesting features of building your Office 365 environment into becoming your legal document management tenant. With that said, David. The floor is yours.
Brilliant, Bart. Well, thanks ever so much for that really useful demonstration. As I've mentioned, we've been working with a Bart and Epona for a number of years to help legal companies here in the UK utilise this, what we think is an incredible solution. And don't forget, this isn't just useful for legal. This also can be used for many other organisations that require a DMS. And as Bart's emphasised on many points, it's all built on top of Microsoft 365 for leveraging all that expertise in security, document handling, infrastructure, conditional access. So the cost of ownership is obviously a lot less. And also, as we've seen as well, it's all embedded into Outlook and Teams and all these wonderful things. And here at Cloudy, we have a best of breed approach and work with partners like Epona and companies like Clio for financial practice management systems. We can come and deliver a holistic solution that I think really ticks all the boxes for a legal organisation. So Bart, thanks for joining us. We really appreciate you taking time out of your busy schedule. We've got some Q&As at the end. So if anyone's got any questions for Bart or any of the speakers, please do put them in the questions on YouTube. But Bart, thanks ever so much and look forward to seeing you later. Cheers. Great. Well, that was Bart speaking about our legal DMS solution, and hopefully you found the session really useful. We've got Bryan coming back to talk a bit more about how decisions can be used in the legal sector. Now, once again, just like in the local government sector, it's highly regulated. There's lots of decisions that need to be made very quickly. Meetings need to be run very efficiently. And not just, the benefits for the local government, for legal as well. Decisions has a fantastic product that can really turbocharge those decision-making processes. So Bryan, really looking forward to another session of yours. So thanks ever so much, and over to you. Bryan, I think you might be on mute. So bear with us while Bryan just sorts his microphone out.
There we go. Can you hear me now?
Excellent, Bryan. We can hear you loud and clear. Coming straight from Norway, I think. Not that makes any difference, but Bryan, over to you. Thanks so much. Cheers.
We have the same microphones here as you do in the UK, David. But no, it's just interesting running a couple of things at the same time here. But thanks, David and Bart. It was an interesting presentation as well. I learned a lot about document management. So thanks for that. My piece, I'd like to discuss and show you guys decisions. Basically, decisions is, if you weren't party to the first session, is a meeting management solution based entirely in Office 365 that allows you to collaborate and share meeting material in advance of the meeting, run that meeting effectively so that you can make those key business decisions that have the biggest impact. And then when the meeting is done, we give you the tools to follow up on that, to make sure that the action items are completed, decisions are accurately recorded, and everything is filed in an easy to use manner. I wanted to just ask everybody to sort of think if you've ever really been in a meeting where no one is engaged and no one is prepared, and then of course because of that nothing gets done. It's somewhere where I've been before. I'm sure anybody who's listening to this who's ever been in a meeting has been in the same situation. We have a bit of stats around that. In terms of business leaders, people who are leading companies and firms, they spend about 23 hours a week in meetings. And of those, about 8 hours are unproductive. So basically, you're losing really a full work day to unproductive meetings when you look at it that way. During these meetings, 73% of people are using time to work on something else. 90% of people admit to daydreaming in their meetings. And that's where we come in. We are sort of the glue that holds together the powerful applications within Office 365, harnessing them to help you and your team get prepared and engaged for productive discussions and quality decisions. Here's a couple of more stats that I can share with everyone. The theme around these, though, is that meetings are both increasing There are more meetings than there have ever been, but they're also becoming less productive. So it's a bit of a terrible sort of situation that we're in right now. They waste time, they waste energy, morale in the company, and valuable resources. Decisions is designed to solve these problems by addressing the root causes of bad meetings. By utilizing the applications within Office 365 will allow you to help you get your team prepared and engaged for more productive discussions, to improve planning and your team's ability to hit deadlines and goals. So you can see here a bit of what we're looking to do here. Before using decisions, we encounter a lot of customers, both in the legal profession, but also in other industries, where they are experiencing a lot of meeting apathy, disorganization, lack of follow through. If this is sort of why people tend to come to us for an answer, realizing that they could get a lot more done, and they could get things done sooner if the meetings that they're having to discuss them are more effective and people are actually prepared for those. So that's what we're looking to do. We, like I mentioned, are utilizing Office 365 ecosystem. So tools that you already have access to are utilized more effectively for meeting planning. So if you start at the top right quadrant here, you can begin the process in either Microsoft Teams or in Outlook. You can use either one to create a meeting agenda that you're able to share and collaborate on with the other people who are in the meeting, so that everybody is engaged and everybody has their say and nothing gets missed. You're able to then prepare for that meeting. You share that agenda out so everyone has access to it and they can review the materials attached to that agenda. They're able to see sort of a score for where the other participants are, basically to see how prepared you are for the meeting. And you can also open it up to further collaboration by allowing people to suggest additional items tied to the agenda. Then when you get into the meeting, you can use decisions to run that meeting if it's a hybrid or virtual meeting. We have some integrations into Microsoft Teams, which are pretty cool, and I'm excited to show you about. And at the end, you can take minutes for that meeting. So you have a minutes function automatically integrated, which you can run through either Word or OneNote to take the minutes from that meeting. And then the follow-ups. Decisions allows you to keep track of decisions that you make in that meeting, take votes if you have anything that requires a formal vote, and to track action items. So when the meeting is over, all of the action items, all of the decisions are carried over for you into the minutes document, but also integrated into tools like Microsoft Planner and Microsoft To Do so that they're actually followed up on. So what does this mean? Based on customer feedback, we have seen from our customers that they've experienced about 70% more energy in their meetings, where previously meetings had been a bit of a drag and with little outcome. They're showing that now things are starting to move. Additionally, there's a big time savings. So if you can imagine about 1/3 of the time that you're using right now, sort of sending information back and forth about a meeting and collaborating and creating meeting documents, you can eliminate that. And then finally, based on our internal metrics, we see 76% more engagement in meeting material after using decisions. So it begins to become habit to review materials ahead of the meeting, interact with them, so that when you get into the meeting, you are prepared for a productive discussion. You can see some of the clients that we are currently working with. We have about a little more than 650 customers globally, and many of them in the UK, which you can see a lot of them here, both some legal, some of our legal partners are listed here as well. But enough of the slides. I wanted to show you what it really looks like in practice. So I'm going to open up Microsoft Teams so that I can show it to you. In Teams, like I said, this is one entry point, the other being Outlook. But in Teams, we have an application that you can add in on the left panel here, which will show you any meeting that you have coming up on your calendar. And you can go in and view agendas for those meetings, but you can also add agendas if it doesn't currently have an agenda. You also have quick access to see past meetings. So if you need to get some information on something that was discussed previously, you can open up previous agendas and minutes from those meetings. This also is available at the team level. So if you are looking for meetings that are being run in a specific team, you can see meetings that are run just for that team in our, sorry, I'm a little bit slow on the home Wi-Fi here today, but here we go. We have a meetings tab, which will show you just meetings coming up with this team specifically. So if you want a really concentrated view, you can look there as well. But I'm going to open up my main application here and open up a agenda that I created with the legal sector in mind, and an example of from a partners meeting. And we work really with any kinds of meetings. So this is just being one example, but other meetings that we have in mind as effective use cases are strategy meetings, operations meetings, really any sort of departmental meeting as well. But really, the key being that there are sort of a fixed group of people that will be in this meeting, meeting over a certain period of time in a semi-formal way that requires an agenda, which most good meetings do. So I've built an agenda here, and you can see what that looks like. It's a fairly standard format. Each item has a title. Below that is a description of that agenda item. So fairly standard so far. Below that is a file attached to an item. So normally what we see right now, if people don't have a meeting management system, they're sending out an agenda in either Outlook or in Word with some bullet points, and then all the attachments attached to that email. So you could have 10 or 20 attachments. Sorting out where those go, good luck. It's a bit of a tricky business there. With this, it's very clear which agenda item, which attachment is going to which agenda item, so you know what they refer to quite quickly. We also have some more advanced function as well that you can utilize. We have a time tracker. So if you give each item an amount of time, it'll activate a time tracker that'll show up during your meeting, which can help keep things on time. I'll show you that in a second. We also have the ability to create a hashtag feature where you can keep track of related information from across the meetings. So for example, we have a minutes hashtag here, which will take me back through any time that we've used the hashtag minutes. So I can see previous decisions that we've made, action items, files, minutes, all of that is available to me here. So if I need a quick update on a subject or to become familiar with something, even in the meeting itself, I can use that hashtag. Below that, you can give each item a tag, basically what the outcome is expected from that item. Pretty basic feature, but one that is quite useful to set expectations for the team. And then up at the top right is the owner of the topic, so the person responsible for that item. We are using the normal sort of Teams differentiation between who has access to what. So owners in the team can access this agenda and build it at any time. Members need to be given access if you want them to edit an agenda. But if they are made a presenter for an item, they can go in and update their part of the agenda. And then when all of that is set up, you can create you can send it out to the team, first of all. They're able to view basically the same view that the person organizing the meeting has. They're able to see the agenda this way, launch all of the files from this view. You can also create for them what we call a meeting book, though. What that is it takes all of the information for the meeting and it builds a specific, and it builds a pack for the meeting. So if you are in some cases still required to print some meeting material or the meeting information in advance of the meeting. This will create a really easy way for you to create a printable version, but you can also share this as a PDF document. And what this will do is it takes all of the meeting information, including any of the files, and it merges them into one master document. So if you ever do this, if you're doing this currently, you know that this can be quite a use of time to sort of merge all this information. This took me less than 5 minutes to create, so it will save you a bit of time there. Once all that is ready, we've shared the information, the end users are able to use this to begin preparing for that meeting. So what can they do? They're able to, one, annotate documents. So they can annotate that meeting book. They can annotate any of the individual agenda items. So if they want to make notes on those, highlight them, mark them up, whatever they'd prefer, whatever they'd like to do, they can do that. If they are, for example, using an iPad, they can do that also on the iPad. They can mark up those documents with their finger or a stylus. It's really a nice experience there as well. They can also take private notes. So this integrates into OneNote. So if they want to take any notes in advance of the meeting or while the meeting is going on, they can do that. And those will just be private to them. So nobody else will have access to those. And as the participants begin to prepare, you'll see this number up here, which is called the meeting engagement score, begin to increase. What this will do is it gives you a bit of coaching on building both a quality agenda, but also how you can get your team more engaged in the meeting. And this score will increase as people go in, open the meeting information, read the documents, maybe make comments, those sorts of things. That score will increase, and you'll have a score that will turn, that'll go from red to yellow and eventually green when you know that everybody is adequately prepared for the meeting. This can also be used, we have some interesting use cases for this around people who will use this to, if the score doesn't get into the green, they'll use that to postpone the meeting to give people more time, or even cancel the meeting altogether, rather than have a meeting that people just aren't engaging in. So a bit of cool stuff that you can do with that. Okay, so that's in advance of the meeting. So let's move to the meeting itself. Lots of meetings are currently being run virtually. The writing is on the wall that even after we move more back into the offices, we will continue to have a hybrid meeting environment where some people may be in the office, but you'll have lots of people who are accessing these meetings remotely via Microsoft Teams. So we want to make it as easy as possible to run that meeting in that sort of environment. So while the meeting is going on, the person who is administrating that meeting can use some tools that we've built in. While the meeting is going on, you can create, you can, one, record decisions that you've made during the meeting. You can also vote on proposed decisions. So for example, I have a proposed decision here to move forward with a new strategy. I can open that up to votes, and you have some functionality here around how you would like that vote to take place, and start the vote, and then meeting participants are able to vote while that meeting is going on. Likewise, if you generally operate more on a consensus, you can just create a finalized decision after you've discussed it internally, so you don't need to go through the voting function. But if you do need to take votes or have a record a formal vote, this is a really nice tool for you to use while you're meeting virtually. You also are able to create action items coming out of the meeting. So for example, in our discussions on marketing, we know that we need to look at some information around 8 radio ads. I can assign a task to do that, provide a bit more description around that task if I'd like, give it a due date, and assign it to somebody, for example, Jonathan here. And if I hit add, this will sync that item both into the minutes that'll automatically be on the minutes whenever we create those. But it also syncs to Microsoft Planner. If you're not familiar with Planner, it's basically a nice management tool that you can use to keep track of tasks. It also integrates into Microsoft To Do, which is like a personal to-do list that you can keep. Even if the folks in your company aren't using Microsoft Planner, you do get a benefit out of this because it will notify the person via email that they have a new task assigned to them, and it will remind them when that task is becoming due, so you won't have any missed action items. So that is on the administrator side. Meanwhile, on the end user side, for those attending the meeting virtually, so I've entered this meeting here, we actually have an integration with Microsoft Teams that you can utilize. So you don't have to switch back and forth between the agenda. You can actually have the agenda for the meeting displayed in the meeting window. So here you can see each agenda item, and you can even open those to read what that item is about and launch any meeting material from this side panel as well. So you have all of that at your fingertips to make it really easy to attend this meeting. Additionally, if there are any votes that are being taken, you can vote in this meeting window as well. So for example, if I'm going to vote to execute the strategy, I can vote for that and also view the results if it is an open vote and see what my colleagues have voted on. So basically, it's really quite easy to do this. It's just a simple agenda here. If you can raise your hand in the meeting or open a meeting chat, you'll be able to use this agenda view here. Now, once the meeting has run its course, we also have an integration that allows you, let me just finalize this vote, to carry all of this over into a meeting minutes document, which is quite simple. So for example, if I have a minutes here, I will open up, I can take the minutes in either Word or OneNote formats. We recommend OneNote if it is a more informal meeting. It's really easy to use, and all of the information is kept in one notebook. If it's a bit more formal, you need to create a PDF document, for example, at the end, or you need to send it out for electronic signature. You can use a Word template, which is quite nice. Create that here. So basically, it will guide you through the process of taking all of the meeting information and merging it into a master document that you can share. So for example, I just pick what I want to include, hit merge, and our minutes document is done. I can then send that out for review to anybody who needs to review a copy before we finalize it by creating a PDF. This will automatically save that information in SharePoint. It's saved in the same place as all of the other information, which is quite nice. And if you are using Adobe Sign or are thinking of using Adobe Sign, we also have an integration where you can send out those minutes for electronic signature using your current Adobe Sign account to make that process even simpler. One last thing I would like to mention is how this works on the back end with SharePoint. Basically, all of the information from this meeting is stored for you automatically in SharePoint. So every document that you store, every agenda item is stored for you in SharePoint. That also means that us at Decisions, we do not have access to any of the meeting material at all. So it's not stored by us, it's not shared with us or any third party. It's housed within your SharePoint and within your Office 365 tenant itself. Which means that it's also following the same document retention policies, archiving policies, security policies as anything else in SharePoint. And we create a easy to understand and repeatable folder structure for the meeting, so you know exactly where those documents are housed, including the minutes, the meeting book, and the files for each agenda item in a subfolder. Well, I think that about sums it up, and that's really what I wanted to show everyone. I'm happy to take questions as we talked about later, so feel free to send those through. But I'll hand it over to David, and thanks, David, for the chance to present.
Brilliant, Brian. Well, thanks once again for an excellent presentation. Just like the one earlier for local government, I think what we've seen here is that Decisions is an excellent program across the board for organisations that take meetings seriously and really want to get the most out of them. And I think a fantastic tool for the legal sector and for SMEs looking to turbocharge those meetings. Once again, all built on top of Microsoft 365. And as I've mentioned before, we've got some great offers for companies and organisations and councils that want to look at using some of these systems. So please stay in touch and we'll release those updates soon in terms of those offers that are available. So Brian, we'll be doing questions right at the end, so please do stay with us, and there have been some great questions come through. What we're going to actually do, we are running a bit ahead of schedule, and we're actually going to bring Bart back on again. So Bart, are you there? Excellent, Bart. I think you might be on mute. One of those classics. We might be able to do it at our end, or if you could unmute yourself. But yeah, Brian, we'll catch you later. But thanks very much for staying with us. Speak to you later on. Bart, we've got a few more minutes actually. We thought whilst we've got everyone on the session, if there's anything else you want to demonstrate for the public, that would be great.
Okay, not a problem. I think it's sometimes useful if perhaps you can bring up my screen, then I can go into demonstrating it. It's sometimes useful to consider workflows and KPIs a bit more in detail. As you can see, I have here a Meta Center dashboard that allows me to sort of filter through the different practice areas and then select the area that I want to see the volume of matters that we're doing. So I want to see labor law, etc., etc. And these are fully clickable overviews. That means it's dynamically connected to the list of matters that you're registering in Clio or that you're registering in another financial practice management application. This way, you can always see who's working on what the caseload is between your colleagues and who has spent what amount of time on each matter. This technology is so simple that I think within 30 minutes or so, you can change these panels yourself, which is something that we usually also do in these projects. Perhaps also something to consider is the machine learning capabilities. So if I have a matter, let's just look for a matter in my environment using the web, a matter for related to asset management of a supermarket in Denmark. It's fake, what you're seeing. If I jump into a matter like this, I can have machine learning read my documents and then process those documents and show you contents that it extracted from documents. Adding machine learning to a SharePoint matter is super easy. I'm going to click on this contracts folder. And as you can see in a couple of seconds, the contracts folder contains contracts that have been uploaded to a matter and that have been automatically pushed through the Microsoft machine learning mechanism. So what it does when I upload a couple of these documents, so a Word file and a PDF file and yet another Word file, it is able to extract data from it. And that data can be reutilized in workflow processes. For example, if I filter on employment contracts, now it's going to extract from this document the type of the employer, that it's Ed White, what he did, what his hourly rate is, and the level of confidence for the machine learning algorithms. This is super cool if you're doing due diligence and you'd want to extract legal entities from a bunch of contracts that you're running. And it's very readily available in Office 365 for you to do. Maybe another topic that I did not go into in too much detail before is the topic of comparing versions. This is a very important feature for which you can either use the native functions in Word or you delegate it to an external application like Litera Workshare or the very frequently used DocsCorp PDF Docs. If I have two documents like this, a 4.0 version of this document, if you look at it from a document stack point of view, you can see there's a lot of history going on, and this is the whole stack. These are my major versions, the ones shared with a client 2.0, 3.0, 4.0, and these are my internal versions that I've been running. So internally automatically saving that data. What I can do is I can choose to compare, let's just pick as an original one of the first versions and say, well, the very first version, and then right mouse click and say compare again, and then compare it with my modified version, which is my 4.0 version. Now, in my case, I could have done this with Word, but I just wanted to demonstrate to you that it's very important if you consider to use Office 365 is your legal document management system, to also consider all the other applications you would want this recipe to integrate with. In this case, I'm going to run the comparison using DocsCorp Compare Docs. Compare Docs will see the difference between, well, it's going to license out, see the difference between this version and that version, and also going to create a red line version in either PDF or in Word. If I create it in Word, it's going to launch a Word comparison of those two versions of the same document. And then automatically I can save that down and send the red line version to my client as well. So this is where it's going to do its wonder. It saw the difference. And if I save it down, it's automatically going to state, well, you have compared, and it jumps to the matter, as you can see, and it auto renames the file share purchase agreement V7 final 01 compared with this version is what is going to be the output of the red line version. Very important to consider that people would probably want to use their familiar document comparison tools. And while we're on the topic of those tools, I also have PDF integration here. This is from Kofax, but we could also support Adobe Acrobat or Adobe Reader or a number of other PDF tools. If I create a PDF, this is a PDF. You would really want the PDF tool also to be able to save straight into your matter-centric environment, in this case into DMS for Legal, straight out of Kofax. It jumps to a matter. It allows me to select that matter from my recent actions that I did and say this is a contract in PDF. So again, the more you allow people to be able to use with their own preferred tools and save it into a consistent recipe, the better the acceptance will be. A last one would be right mouse clicking into my matter structure and then taking it completely offline. If I take offline a matter, so I have to select the top of that matter and take it offline with OneDrive, what then happens is it's going to replicate that structure down to on my computer. In this case, the whole structure of hashtag recht is fake matter is going to be replicated. And as you can see, all those documents are there. And it's super simple for me to see those contracts that I've just been updating, the file that I'm still using. As you can see, it's still replicating that file. And even now I can just take a downloaded file, take that file and say, well, this is the naamstellingscode, super secret information we're going to share because it's very fiscal information. And I just paste it in. And automatically this naamstellingscode KL is going to be replicated and will be there in a couple of seconds. It's just a question of how you want to work with your DMS, either with the traditional Windows Explorer using OneDrive, or in Outlook, or in the web, or mobile, or integrated in Teams. That choice, providing the users with a choice to do it the way they want to work, mixed with a strong recipe to handle thousands of matters, is what makes it tick, is what makes it a legal DMS. David, any other topic you'd want me to cover?
Bart, well, brilliant. I mean, I think once again, you're demonstrating the power of, Epona's system built on top of Microsoft 365 and SharePoint and the benefits that come with that. So, I mean, it's quite incredible because you recorded the short video before this session today, and you were talking about how resilient the platform has been during COVID and how surprised you were. I mean, what have you seen across your clients throughout Europe in terms of their take up and how well it's all worked during COVID?
Well, that was we have hundreds of clients who are utilizing this application. Traditionally, in the last 10 years, everybody's been on premise, so everybody had their own servers. But around 2015, most of the clients, say 80 to 20%, especially in the USA, started to use Office 365. So when COVID happened around March, I guess, and all the schools were also jumping on Office 365, we did worry a bit. But it remained. If I look over hundreds of firms, so I can see the problems that maybe 500, 600 plus clients might experience in this last year. I know of maybe 4 incidents in total where there was limited availability. There was no availability at all. And on average, I think the speed was always also great. You saw this dip at 9:30 in the morning when the children also headed into team sessions. But on the other hand, the technology was so quick that if you worked after hours because you had to take care of your small children, it was super, super, super fast. That being said, although I think it was very well available and it's super innovative during this time, it constantly kept changing new functions in planners, etc., etc. I think you saw what happened to Teams in the last year. We do advise clients to take backup precautions. A large organization like Microsoft is able to restore your mailbox, and they're fully responsible for the data security and the availability. But it will not happen overnight. You have to request them to restore something that you inadvertently deleted. Just to give you a figure, out of 1,000 law firms that we service in the last year, 20 of those firms had a malware crypto virus. So please also consider, although the uptime and the innovative quality is great, consider that the backup responsibility, the ability to restore within a couple of minutes, might be something that you are responsible for. And together with Cloudy, you need to take care of that part as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think actually you just touched on a really good point there, which we covered in our first summit back in November, our cybersecurity summit. And we worked with our partners, including Mimecast and Datto, and talked about business continuity. And if anyone wants to look at that information, it's all on our website and our YouTube channel. But Bart, thanks very much for joining us. A really, a tough period for lots of people at the moment as we're coming out of COVID, but also really exciting as we can look at technology like yours, like Decisions, all working on that Microsoft platform to really drive adoption. And here at Cloudy, we take, like I said, a best of breed approach where we work with good quality partners to deliver quality solutions at a really cost-effective price as well. But Bart, we'll have some questions for you later, no doubt. So thanks very much for your session today. Really useful. And we'll see you in the Q&A. Brilliant. Well, we're about to wrap up this session now. I hope the legal session and the SME session has been really useful. As I've mentioned a couple of times before, we have some specific offers from our partners and from Cloudy around the adoption of their services. So please do head to our website, sign up, and we'll send you all of those offers and deals that we have. But it's been a pleasure hosting this for you, the last 2 sessions. Our final session, starting at 12:10, will be focusing on the charity sector. So really exciting, a sector very close to our heart here at the Cloudy Group. We have the Cloudy Foundation, and we'll see a couple of slides and adverts about that later. But thanks for sticking with us, and we'll see you in that final session in a minute. Cheers.
We had a previous IT provider who were pretty good. If we had a breakdown on a laptop, we'd ring them up and they'd sort it out. What they didn't help us to do was to think strategically, and that's why we've been very pleased to enter into partnership as a client of Cloudy Group, and that's part of uplifting the level of our infrastructure for communications. And what we're trying to do is to take our OneDrive /SharePoint framework so that it aligns with a Teams communication framework. So it's important that we get those things right, that we embrace the opportunities of Office 365, and that we don't rely on systems that have begun to creak and fail. What I'm assured of, and what I understand, and what I'm keen to embrace, is that this is a charity that wants to be at the forefront, not on the back foot. And so I'm really keen at a personal level to improve my own expertise, but also to develop the infrastructure of the organization in a way that allows us to achieve our strategy and our vision to change the lives of thousands of young people.
Hello and welcome back to our Cloudy Virtual Summit. Thanks for joining us again. We're now at our final session of the day, where we'll be focusing on the charity sector. And once again, we've got some excellent guests who are going to be joining us to talk about their experience as they modernise and some of the excellent services they've got for charities to use as they continue to deliver the services they deliver to their communities. So first of all, we've got Ron from Transitions, the CEO of Transitions. Ron, are you there?
I am, David. Nice to be here, and hi everyone out there.
Brilliant. Well, thanks, Ron, for joining us. We really appreciate you taking time out of your busy schedule. You've got a short presentation, actually, haven't you, about the great work that Transitions are doing around not just delivering these vital services to the young people and vulnerable adults you work with, but obviously how you're keeping pace with that with the technology changes as well. So, Ron,
Sure.
Really looking forward to hearing it now. So over to you, Ron.
Okay, that's super. So not got very long, folks. So I'm just going to take you very quickly through what we do and where we are at this stage. And then I'll share some of the challenges we have in terms of expansion and growth and some of the solutions that we're looking for. So you can see on screen there that we're a charity that works to provide support to young people in ways that changes their lives. And we work with four main groups. So the Achieve Project works with young people with learning disabilities. Our Affirm Project supports young people at risk because of mental health and emotional needs. The Attain Project supports young people leaving care and other highly vulnerable group. And our Aspire Project is supporting young people who are at risk of offending. And you can see from the diagram on the right-hand side, it's very much a wraparound service, mixture of mentoring, befriending, skills development, therapeutic inputs, and particularly building self-confidence and assurance so that young people can move forward in their lives. So we can go to the next slide. So our overall aims as a charity, and we began 6 years ago, and we're very aware, hence our name Transitions UK, that the transition issue is a massive one for young people. Very many of them leave school or an agency or a care situation and pretty much fall off the end of a cliff. So our aim is to address that, and we began by saying we would start locally, regionally, and then move to a national framework, national footprint, national voice for young people. We're currently working with just over 200 young people at the end of this year, sort of end of May, our financial year, and we're going to lift that substantially by this time next year. We have grown as 1st of September. My headcount was 11 members of staff, and already we're at 26 and advertising for 5 additional posts. And part of that is big, fat, audacious goal is the BFAG at the bottom there. We're looking to change the future prospects of thousands of young people. So we move to the next slide. The issue for us then is that I've said too many Excel spreadsheets. We've got a system that's grown very, very rapidly. We've been reliant on a number of situations, and we've got so many places to spread data, and we're desperately needing systems are creaking, so we want to improve our internal communications. We also want to improve our CRM and database framework, and we have lots and lots of work to do around that, but already we're seeing the advantage of moving forward. We particularly have enjoyed our relationship, it's a fairly recent one, with Cloudy Group. We had a previous provider who was great at mending a laptop or sorting out an immediate situation, but didn't give us the strategic support that we're getting from Cloudy, which is really helping the charity embrace the challenges of growth and moving forward into the future. So we can move to the next slide. So one of the issues there is clearly strategic IT support, which we've talked about, integrating Office 365 and Teams. We're in the process of aligning our SharePoint system on OneDrive with Teams so that the two systems integrate. That's going to help us be far more efficient, but it's also going to allow us to measure things and tackle things and work much more effectively than we can at the moment. So Dynamics is part of that from the CRM. That's quite a substantial investment for us, but we wouldn't make the best use of that without also embracing the Teams framework and getting the support from Cloudy that we're getting. I've just made a note there of we need to embrace the opportunity cost. There's a cost to doing stuff, and there's a cost to not doing it, particularly in terms of taking the charity forward in ways that are consistent with our ambitions and our desire to help more and more young people. Important too that we take the whole team with us, so we're taking time to do that. Claudia providing training, and we're working that through Jake Brown, our technical manager as well, and we're seeking obviously to keep the end in view. We know where we want to get to, and we're putting the pieces in place and the processes and the team together and the support that we need to make sure we can achieve that. So I don't know if David, is that enough for you? Or we'll come back to Q&A later, won't we?
Yeah, absolutely brilliant. I mean, I think it was really good to get yourself on here to talk about, as from a charity's perspective, around the sort of the things to look at and the cost benefit analysis around it. But I can echo, it's brilliant to work with such a progressive charity that's looking to the future to grow its services, and you do such a great job with transitions, and it's a pleasure to be part of it. So thanks very much. But Ron will be around to answer some questions at the end during the Q&A. So if anyone does have any questions around what Ron's experience in terms of growing transitions from, a local charity to a regional to a national charity, please do put them in onto YouTube, and we'll ask Ron later. But Ron, thanks for taking time out your busy schedule, and we'll see you later on. Cheers.
Absolute pleasure. Thanks, David. Thank you.
Cheers. Thank you. Great. Well, I think appropriately leading on to actually our next speaker, which is we're back with John again, and John's going to be talking about what Microsoft's doing to enable inclusivity, accessibility, which is hugely important in the local government, but also the charity sector as well, and ensuring that young people and adults are all given an equal playing field in terms of how they're included, and there's no digital divide and no digital poverty, something that's very close to Claudia's heart as well. So John, good to see you again. Final session of the summit. How do you feel it's all going?
Yeah, loving a lot of the content. It's amazing to hear the customer examples, like Ron talking about, starting his digital transformation journey, and, really thinking about, that end goal and where he wants his organization to get to. And that's magic to hear that. So, the session that I'm going to run now, very, very similar to the session this morning. Obviously going to introduce as well our Tech for Social Impact program as well, which is hopefully a program a lot of the people on this meeting will be able to take advantage of. So if you were on my session this morning, a little bit of repetition here, so grab yourself a coffee. But for all those charities that have joined, hopefully this will be a really interesting 25 minutes for them.
Great, looking forward to it, John. Well, over to you. Thank you. Cheers.
Excellent, perfect. Thanks very much, David. So now let's get started. So when you think about the everyone in this statement, you really need to define what you mean by everyone. And to explain that, what it means for Microsoft, I want to share one of the most powerful moments that I had in my time at this business. So one of my first visits to a Microsoft partner, and we were pitching to them Microsoft 365 for education to their sales team. And we were demonstrating the power of Immersive Reader in the afternoon session. And that was the moment when I truly understood the inclusive power of accessible technology. So now, if you don't know Immersive Reader, it's okay. Immersive Reader is a digital tool built into Microsoft products, including Word, and it's designed to help students with reading and writing comprehension. And what's fantastic about this tool is that in the modern classroom, where each student has their own device, students with dyslexia can get access to the support they need without standing out from the rest of the children. And at the end of that pitch we had to that sales team, one of the partner sales team were almost in tears, and they shared actually that this had brought back memories of their own experience of having dyslexia in a traditional classroom and finding themselves excluded from that session because they didn't want to use the large printouts, the acetates, the kind of manual tools that the teacher had provided for them to help them manage their dyslexia, because it made them stand out from the rest of the class. But by ignoring those tools, they fell behind in their education. And that person could really see how the modern classroom would really help drive the accessibility and be inclusive for the whole class. It's a really powerful moment in my own career, and I realized how important the everyone is in our mission statement. So when addressing the subject of achieving more with Microsoft Teams today, I'm really going to lean in on that approach to accessibility and creating this more inclusive work culture. And I'm sure for everyone on the call, accessibility is one of the pillars, and responsibilities that you're all thinking about when you look at the services that you're providing for your communities, for your clients. So hopefully this is going to be interesting for you on 2 levels. So my mission for the next 25 minutes is to share Microsoft's approach to accessibility, show you how the technology enables for a more inclusive experience, and then set you on your journey if you haven't already started with Microsoft 365, and also talk to you about our Tech for Social Impact program. And as David said, and you can see on screen, my name is John. I'm a customer program manager at Microsoft in the modern work and solution, the modern work and security solution area, which is Microsoft 365. Please feel free to contact me on LinkedIn. You can see my address there. Okay, so let's start by looking at Microsoft's mission. At Microsoft, our mission is to empower every individual and every organization on the planet to achieve more. And a big part on how we are going to achieve that is by helping our customers digitally transform. Even before COVID-19, customers were investing in digital transformation. And actually, at the start of the pandemic, there was tremendous pressure and urgency on every organization to increase what we call their tech intensity and drive transformation, especially with many businesses moving to remote working. And as a result, lots of businesses have been more connected than ever before. And actually, Teams is a great example of this. Teams launched in March 2017, and at the beginning of 2020, a few years later, we had amassed around 20 million daily active users. A few months later, in April, that had exploded to 75 million. And in the last update we did towards the end of last year, in October, that figure was put at 150 million worldwide daily active users. So this really illustrates how technology can connect people in new and exciting ways. And as we move out of the current lockdown, we don't actually expect the remote working culture to move back to the previous norm. In a recent Microsoft survey, 82% of business managers expect to have more flexible working and home policies post the pandemic. And I think a lot of people will expect to have that flexibility because they've seen that they can achieve what they need to achieve working from home. So the future really is going to be this hybrid solution, which I think David spoke to earlier, based on not where you do your work from, but based on what you achieve. And technology is going to play a really key part in that hybrid movement. However, technology can exclude people from that future if it's not designed with accessibility in mind. So I want to share a small part of Microsoft's approach to accessibility to bring this to life for you. So to understand accessibility, let's look at how we think about disability. For most of the 20th century, disability was defined as a result of an individual's condition. The problem was with the person. But disability happens at the point of interaction between the person and the environment. Physical, cognitive, and social exclusion are a result of a mismatch between the person and what they want to achieve and the environment that doesn't support them to do that. Now, this definition, first adopted by the World Health Organization, presents a solvable design, business, and social problem. And it's a problem we've taken to heart at Microsoft because it stands directly between us and our ability to achieve the mission that I showed you on the previous slide. When some people think of accessibility, they think about designing buildings and structures with accessibility in mind, or maybe they're thinking about accessibility compliance standards. But really, accessibility is about enabling people to achieve whatever it is they want to achieve. It's about letting people fully participate and contribute, and ultimately about creating experiences that are better for everyone. So that is why Microsoft has made accessibility a priority when designing and building our products, as you can see from this statement from our CEO, Satya Nadella. Now, there are over 1 billion people in the world who have disabilities, many of whom need assistive technology, but only 1 in 10 have access to the products they need. And this means that they can't fully participate. Accessible technology can allow them to fully participate. Now, disabilities come in a wide range of forms, from permanent conditions to temporary circumstances and in specific situations as well. And in a 2004 Forrester study, they found that 57% of the current workforce may benefit from accessible technology that they don't currently have access to. Now, our current work from home experience means it's never been more important to focus on how we include everyone. Remote working and information sharing can be more difficult and time consuming, creating a potential situational barrier for us all. So accessibility is the vehicle for us to enable the inclusion of everyone, giving everyone the same opportunity, no matter what their situation is. So if we move this into what I do within Microsoft, my home, as I said, was within the modern work and security solution area, and Microsoft 365 is at the heart of that. Microsoft 365 is our productivity cloud that connects people and information in an intelligent way. More than just your favorite Office 365 apps, Microsoft 365 brings together powerful cloud services, including cloud storage, to make it really easy to share and get your work done from wherever you are. Now, the way most people experience Microsoft 365 is by working in teams. Ensuring Microsoft 365 and tools like Teams deliver an inclusive and accessible experience for all is that business imperative that I've spoken around. So I'd like to start to show you some of the tools that you'd be able to benefit from if you started working with Microsoft Teams. So let's start by introducing Teams to those of you that are not familiar with the product so far. So the key point for Teams is that people don't just open it at the start of a meeting and then close it at the end of that virtual meeting. They work in teams most of the day. Microsoft Teams is a hub for teamwork, which brings together everything a team needs. Persistent chat, threaded conversations, meetings and video conferencing, phone calling, content collaboration, all with the power of Office 365 applications and the ability to create and integrate apps and workflows that your business relies on. So you can bring in third-party products into here as well. So you've got one hub for all your work. And because Microsoft Teams is part of Office 365, it comes with the enterprise-grade security, compliance, and manageability that all of our customers expect and value. On screen, you can see the layout of the Teams app with navigation controlled on the far left-hand side, giving you access to your activity notifications at the top, all of the chats that you have, which is what you can see on screen at the moment, the various chats that I've started either with groups, some that I've pinned at the top because they're very important, and other chats with individuals. And you can see the sharing of documents and co-editing that's starting to happen within those chats. You can also get access on the left to your various teams that you're in directly into your calendar, so no need to go out to Outlook. You can get access to your calendar, or calling if you have telephony built into Teams as well, and also your files and those other apps that you have. So now let me dive into Microsoft Teams to show you some of the features that enable a more inclusive and accessible experience. So collaboration within Teams is as secure and robust as you would expect from Office 365, giving you the ability to edit at the same time with your colleagues and share to specific people and groups, all from within the Teams application. With this example on screen, you can see that we have a team called Digital Initiative Public Relations and a channel called Being Successful for Work from Home. So all things to do with work from home are in this specific channel for people to find. In the right-hand side, you can see the chat going on between the members of the team and again, some document sharing. Now, all the files that are shared in this channel are available in the file menu, which I've highlighted at the top. These are all backed up by Microsoft SharePoint, which is our cloud service behind the document management and storage, and your teams all have access to that. If you click on the tab, you can see all the documents your team has created and shared in Teams in that team. You can open them within Teams to directly start working on them. You can open them in the browser or directly within the Office app. So the experience is the same for each member of the team. This opens up a really rich co-authoring experience for you that lets you make changes at the same times of others. So in this example, you can see that I'm editing the first paragraph in the section called VPN, and just above in the second paragraph on the document, my colleague Alan is also co-authoring this document. So really, really powerful for you to make changes live at the same time on one version of your document without the need to create different copies, and you're doing it all within the flow of the conversation of your team. So really think about that experience you may have where you're emailing your meeting agendas, the presentations and documents that you're working on with a team if you're not working in a solution like Teams, and that unbearable cascade of emails that follows with siloed conversations, people recommending changes that you have to then go and consolidate to create a single document. Before you know it, you're on version 22. The simple connectivity that we create through this inclusive experience in Teams is one that we find our customers really love, and an experience that saves people lots of time. So collaborating and co-authoring is really simple in Teams, and it's easy to imagine how it creates that inclusive team culture. But how is it more accessible for every employee? This is where my experience in the Immersive Reader comes in. So as I said, my Immersive Reader was a bold idea created by the Microsoft engineering team in a hackathon that they had, focused on empowering students of all abilities, including students with dyslexia. Today, more than 16 million people every month are using this free tool for improving their reading and writing comprehension. It was so successful, we built it into lots of our products, including our Edge browser, Microsoft Teams, and Word. Now, according to the British Dyslexia Association, the number of individuals with dyslexia in the UK is around 10%. So your fantastic collaboratively shared documents in Teams could actually be creating a significant accessibility challenge for 1 in 10 people. It's definitely creating a challenge if you're printing and sending them out or just sending them over email. Now, with Immersive Reader built directly into Teams, all your documents can be viewed and read in a way that suits you personally without actually changing the document. Within Immersive Reader, you can change the font size, the letter spacing. You can remove distractions that are in the document, like pictures and other bits of text, and you can create line focus. You can see I'm in Teams at the moment. I can access Immersive Viewer just through the view from the top menu, and when I activate it, you can see here I've changed the background so that it's not as distracting a white background. I've changed the font, the size. I can really customize it to what I want. And I've also got the ability to click the read aloud button as well, so I can listen to the text to ensure that my comprehension is right. So it's a really great tool that's built into so many Microsoft 365 products that you'll be able to use. I really like the inline focus that you can do as well. So I've got a 3-line focus here as well, so it's even less distractions as I'm consuming the content. So that was Immersive Reader. So hopefully you start to see what I'm talking about. And now I'd like to introduce to you our accessibility checker. Again, this tool is built into Office 365 apps and harnesses the power of AI in the cloud. Before sending your emails or sharing your documents or spreadsheets, run the accessibility checker to make sure your Microsoft Office content is easy for people of all abilities to read and edit. Our accessibility checker is built into lots of our products, as I said, including Excel, Word, and PowerPoint. To easily address the accessibility errors and warnings, you can select an issue on the recommended actions list, and then you're 1 click away from selecting an action to correct the issue, or you can select the arrow button next to it to look at more options on what you can do. You can also ensure that it's always notifying you of any issues as you're working on your document just by ticking the Keep Accessibility Checker running whilst I work. So it's a fantastic tool to ensure your content is as inclusive as possible, and it also supports businesses that are aiming to ensure their content, including websites, are compliant for national accessibility standards and guidelines. So moving on to another great feature which drives accessibility in Teams, it's our live recording and transcriptions. So live transcriptions can make your meeting more inclusive for participants who are deaf or hard of hearing, people with different levels of language proficiency, and actually participants in loud places, because it gives them another way to follow along with the meeting. Simply accessed via the meeting venue, you can start live transcriptions with or without a recording of the video feed. As soon as you activate it, Teams notifies everybody they are being transcribed and recorded. Now, transcriptions also allows you to participate fully in the discussion and avoid you needing to make really detailed notes, as you have access to the full transcription of the meeting once it's finished, including speaker attribution. So it lets you know who said what. So the recording can be accessed nice and easily, and you can also download it. You just go into the meeting in your calendar, and you can see I've gone to the chat within the meeting, and I can see with this example, I've got the meeting video recording that I can download and also the transcription. And here you can see if I click on it, you can see that you can see the conversation going along here. So rewatching the recording and viewing the meeting transcript makes it easy to refresh your memory on the next steps and the things that you agreed in the meeting. And also, if there's any dispute on what was agreed in the meeting, you can hold people accountable because the attribution is there for what they committed to. So building on that recording and transcription feature, you can also activate live captions within Teams meetings, providing a real-time view of what is being said. And that uses AI-powered speech recognition. Now, participants can access live captions by accessing the meeting menu again and turning on live captions at any time in the meeting. This feature enables everyone to understand the discussion, even if they're in a noisy environment or if they are hard of hearing. And it also helps, again, to allow people to really understand what's happening, because you can see, as I've highlighted here, that attribution is followed as well, so you can see who said what. Another feature within Teams which really drives an inclusive meeting is the raise hand feature. Now, we've all had that experience when the flow of the meeting is broken, when the speaker is constantly being interrupted, whilst some people will sometimes not have the confidence to interrupt a speaker, so they miss that opportunity to share their really valuable point. Now, by using this raise hand feature, as shown by Jason on the screen at the moment, you can control meeting etiquette and enable everyone to have an equal opportunity to be included in the conversation. We often actually use the raise hand feature as well if we're trying to get a quick consensus on a topic within the meeting. It's a really useful feature. So just moving on to our gallery view within Teams as well, because we've put a lot of development into this into the last 12 months. So our large gallery view lets you see more faces than the standard 3x3 video feed. It automatically scales to the number of participants in your meeting, allowing up to 49 users to be seen on the screen at once. Great to ensure everyone is included in the meeting and you have their undivided attention. Now, recently, we introduced a new meeting experience called Together Mode, which is designed to remove the barriers between people and enable a more natural communication and reduce meeting fatigue within this virtual world that we currently live in. So from the normal call, video call menu, you can select the Together Mode, as you can see here. This feature uses AI technology to digitally place participants in a shared background, making it feel like they're in the same room. The mode makes the meeting more engaging and inclusive and helps users pick up on non-verbal clues that are really important in human interaction. And as you can see, again, we can scale the environment up to 49 users. So another feature that I find really helps drive inclusion within the meeting and engagement within the meetings that you're having is our polls. So it can be important to understand and record everyone's opinion during discussions, and our polls app allows you to do that in the natural flow of the meeting that you're having. So here's just a snapshot of my calendar, still within Teams. I'm still working in Teams, and you can see from a couple of weeks ago, a few meetings that I had on Wednesday morning. So you actually can prepare your poll before the meeting starts within your Teams calendar. This is an example of the short poll that I created for that meeting that we were holding on allyship. If I wanted to create a second poll that I was going to launch within that meeting, then I can simply click on poll menu at the top and then create new. Now, you can launch your poll at any specific moment in the meeting that you need to introduce it. The poll will record the person's answer and be available as a downloadable file so that you can track exactly what people have been voting for in the meeting. It's a great feature that's available, again, out of the box, and there are some fantastic third-party apps that build on top of this Teams functionality, and polls is just one of the many, many areas where our partners have created great solutions to do that. So I've only been able to show you a handful of the features built into Teams to empower you and your team to have a more inclusive and accessible experience with Microsoft 365. There are loads more, and I'd love you to go and find out more yourself, which I'll show you on the next slide. With Microsoft Teams, your inclusive experience doesn't start when you click start that meeting and end when you end it. You get to share right from the beginning of planning and sharing all the way through. This is the key to that digital transformation, to get you sharing your content and co-authoring. And so our accessibility features within that enable everyone, no matter the situation, the ability to achieve more together and contribute to the goals of your team. If you are interested to learn more about our accessibility strategy, please go to microsoft.com/accessibility. To create knowledge, excitement, and pride in building accessible experiences, we've developed an accessibility in action badge for our partner community. So I'll be encouraging David and the team to make sure they've all got their badge. And you actually can access the content as well. So you can get a great 101 training experience to understand our tools and how you can implement accessibility best practices, present inclusively, and host inclusive events. So how do you get started on your journey with Microsoft 365? Well, actually, Microsoft, we've created plans designed and priced specifically for small and medium businesses, giving our SMB the community the opportunity to use the tools that we develop for these larger enterprise customers in a package designed specifically for the needs of smaller businesses. Our basic and standard packages provide you access to the key cloud services, including world-class email with Outlook, and Exchange, secure cloud storage with OneDrive, and document storage and organization and access with SharePoint, and of course Teams and Office 365. Business Standard adds the Office 365 desktop client apps, ensuring that on top of being able to access Office online on any device, you will be able to have the latest versions of the Office 365 apps on up to 5 devices. And then with Business Premium, we've provided a package that brings in our enterprise security and mobility portfolio of industry recognized tools to keep your users and data safe and secure. Gartner actually designated Microsoft as a leader in the key security and compliance Magic Quadrant, including access management and endpoint protection. So we really do have a very compelling approach to security, which we base on our zero trust principles. So currently we offer a 30-day free trial on all Microsoft 365 business plans, and they start at only £3.80 per month, and partners like Cloudy can help you extend that trial if you need it, and pull together obviously the plans that help you drive this. Now, I really understand that Microsoft 365 portfolio of cloud services can seem overwhelming at first, and we do provide a real wide range of products to ensure that our customers can find what they need to achieve more and streamline their business. But don't be concerned about the scale of the offer that we provide. You can get in touch directly with Microsoft at support.microsoft.com, or, as I would personally recommend, get in touch with one of our amazing Microsoft certified partners, ideally Cloudy IT, as they are experts in your field, and they will help you develop that unique M365 plan so that you can learn at the pace and deploy and adopt at the pace which is right for your business, helping you be more successful and saving you time and money. So to wrap up the presentation today, I wanted to talk about our Technology for Social Impact program. Now, we're committed to delivering reliable, affordable, and innovative cloud solutions to help nonprofits tackle the world's biggest problems. And our Technology for Social Impact program is designed to do just that. Now, we provide grants and discounts across all our cloud solution areas, as well as industry-specific solutions like fundraising and engagement. We provide training and learning pathways because we know they're vital in enabling our nonprofit partners, customers and colleagues to use the technology to drive even greater impact. So it's a really fantastic program which is driven globally by Microsoft and a team based in the UK. Now, I can't go through everything that's in this program, but I'd really recommend that you go to the Microsoft.com nonprofit site that you can see there. Now, the majority of nonprofits around the world each have less than 10 employees. These are often local community organizations, lots of you, I'm sure, on the call, that are working on the front line, saving lives, providing critical education support in underserved communities, and so many other critical missions. And small non-profit organizations, unfortunately, are at the greatest risk of being left behind in this digital world and this rapid transformation we're seeing at the moment. Their size, their funding and infrastructure doesn't always accommodate purchasing the latest technology, training their employees, and everything that we have really spoken about. So our program, as I said, provides fantastic opportunities for you to get investment and to realize the potential of our platform. And within that, we've got a fantastic offer with Microsoft 365 Business Premium for not-for-profit organizations. It's available today. We're providing up to 10 donated licenses for our integrated cloud solution that is Business Premium. And that brings together the best of Office 365 and our security and mobility stack that I spoke about. And so you get 10 free seats, and then additional seats can be purchased at a heavily discounted rates, as can the rest of our portfolio of products. And then through our Microsoft ecosystem of partners, they will help you to scale and they will help you to realize that potential. So I urge you, if you're a charity on the call, go and check your eligibility for this program at the address that you can see at the bottom. There is a process to go through to fill in and apply for this program. And then once you're on board, please do take up that offer to take 10 business premium licenses to start and work with a partner like Cloudy IT to make sure that you can adopt it. So hopefully that was an interesting introduction for everybody on the call. So I'll hand back to David.
Brilliant. Well, thanks ever so much, John. A really informative session as always. I mean, thank you to you and Microsoft really for all the hard work you do for the non-profit sector. I mean, speaking firsthand, working with charities, the licensing discounts that Microsoft offer would just, you know, for most charities be unfeasible without those. So thanks ever so much. And there's some great work that we're doing with charities, as we heard from Ron earlier, about how once you get this these systems in place, so you can really optimize how that charity works. And that's regardless of size. You don't have to be a regional or national charity. You can be a small local charity, like John said, under 10 seats, to still take advantage of this and get some really good IT systems. So if anyone's got any questions for John, please do leave them on YouTube or on the chat, and we'll ask them later. We've already got some great questions for you, John, a bit later. So, you know, great session. Thanks very much as always, and we'll chat to you later on. Cheers. So we've got one more session lined up. That's with Bryan. He's going to be talking about what decisions are doing for the charity sector. And just like Microsoft and just like Cloudy, they are offering some heavy discounts for charities. We all believe in charity, we believe in giving back, we believe in the community, and especially from the Cloudy group, the Cloudy Foundation, staying very close to our hearts. So Bryan, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. Can you hear me this time?
There you are. All right, good to see you again. Last session of the day. I mean, it's great because, you know, like Decisions, Microsoft, we're all Microsoft partners, aren't we, Bryan? And we work within that Microsoft ecosystem to help our customers, whether they're a charity, a parish, or a town council, or a solicitors, to, you know, run more optimal systems to engage with their customers and communities better. So any takeaways that you've got from the sessions you've already provided at all?
Yeah, I think there's been a bit of learning here about some of the sectors that we have heard about so far, that we can take definitely as we continue to develop our products here. That has been really interesting. So great session so far, David. You guys have done a great job.
Yeah, no, thank you very much. And like I said, obviously we had Bart from Epona speak about the DMS and how that works within Teams, a lot like Decisions as well. And there's some questions actually a bit later about how Decisions works on other platforms other than Teams, say like, you know, other Microsoft applications, but we'll ask you that a bit later. But we're looking forward to your final session about how Decisions can help charities as they optimize their meetings and deliver their services more effectively. So Bryan, over to you. Cheers.
Great. Thanks so much, David. All right. Hi, everybody. So it's been a great session so far. And you saw, it's great to present after John at Microsoft, because you can see a lot of the great work that they're doing, and a lot of what we are doing is built on that. So, you know, Microsoft, they've built an incredibly powerful tool set for organizations and charities that, you know, lets them collaborate and work, especially now that most people are sort of working virtually and will probably continue to work in some sort of hybrid environments, you know, once things get back closer to normal. One of the great reasons is great to pick up after John is because we sort of pick up from where he left off and build on those tools that Microsoft has already created to create a collaborative and effective place to plan your meetings. So my name is Bryan Huber. I'm the Director of Sales at Decisions. Nice to meet everyone. I'm going to demonstrate how you can use these great Microsoft tools to ensure that you never have to sit through a bad meeting again. So question that always comes to mind, and I like to ask, is, you know, have people sort of think to themselves, you know, have you ever been in a meeting where people aren't engaged and people aren't prepared. And then, of course, because of that, nothing gets done. That's sort of where we come in. We are the glue that sort of holds together these powerful applications from Office 365 and harnesses them to get your team prepared and engaged for productive discussions. And those discussions lead to better decisions. You can see some of the stats here, and they tell two stories. One is that meetings are increasingly becoming they are increasing in general. There are more and more meetings than they have before, than ever before, but they're also becoming less productive and lead to wasted time, drops in morale, and the misuse of valuable resources, including time. We can see that managers right now are spending 23 hours a week in meetings, 8 of which are unproductive, and people are daydreaming, even when those productive meetings are going on. We are here to sort of solve that problem by addressing the root cause of those bad meetings. So by utilizing the powerful tools within Office 365, we allow you to get your team prepared and engaged for more productive discussions, to improve planning, and your team's ability to hit deadlines and goals. Because when we're talking specifically about charities, we're talking about people who are often splitting their time on multiple projects or in multiple roles in different organizations and companies. Getting people to meet effectively is especially important. Oftentimes, you may only have a few hours a month where you can come together to make the important decisions that affect the entire charity. If you are able to meet more than that on, for example, on a project, that's oftentimes time that is shared on other projects as well. Therefore, it's especially important to make sure that the time is used as effectively as possible. Here at Decisions, we work to ensure that the meetings are well organized, your participants are engaged, and the follow-ups from that meeting are actually followed up on. So how it works. We are, like I said, built into the Microsoft ecosystem. So each part along the sort of the path towards that meeting is built onto a Microsoft product. So for example, you can begin the process by building an agenda and collaborating on that in Microsoft Teams or in Outlook. So you can use either as sort of an entry point. All of that data, so any file that you save, the attachments, any information on the agenda items, anything at all, is actually saved inside SharePoint for you. So it's not housed by us at Decisions. It's not shared with us. It's not shared with any third party. It's all within your Office 365 tenant. That has the added bonus of following the same security policies as anything else that you have in Office 365, the same archiving policies, and the same document retention policies. So there's no need to configure a completely different system. We help you prepare that agenda and collaborate on that with your teammates. So in this gray box here, we show how you can share that agenda with other team members, how you can get a read of where the team is on the preparation through our meeting engagement score, and collaborate on that and get suggestions for ways to improve that meeting. We also help facilitate the actual meeting itself through Microsoft Teams. If you're using that, we have an in-meeting extension, basically an add-in for that specific meeting that I'll show you to make sure that people are engaged and don't have to switch between screens if they're meeting virtually. We also help facilitate the taking of the meeting minutes, which we know right now is a big use of time for a lot of organizations, is sort of just formatting those minutes documents. We make that process automated, so it saves the people who are administrating that meeting a lot of time. And finally, when the meeting's over, your action items are automatically synced, and the people who are responsible for them are notified that those action items are out there. We do that through an integration with Microsoft Planner and Microsoft To Do to make sure that those action items are done. And what we've seen through the companies that we work with is are three great benefits. One is that they are experiencing more energy and productivity in their meetings based on surveys that we have with current customers. They're also saving about a third of the time that they normally take coordinating those meetings. So if you are responsible right now for putting a meeting together, sharing information, it can take several hours of a day. So imagine being able to cut 1/3 of that right out and have that to dedicate to other projects. And we also have seen 76% more engagement. So I mentioned briefly the meeting engagement score. I'll show you that a little bit in practice, but we can see that by using decisions, people are sort of nudged into better practices around meetings. So they're reviewing meeting material, they're commenting on things and making sure that things are organized before they get into the meeting, so that they're prepared to make important decisions. And we've grown quite a bit over the last few years. We currently work with about 650 customers globally. You can see some of the customers that we work with. A lot of great charities are here from all shapes and sizes. We work with small 2 or 3 person operations to large multinational organizations as well. So everybody can see the benefit of a well-run meeting. I will show you now what it looks like in practice. So I'm going to open up Microsoft Teams here so we can look at it. So in Teams, we integrate in 2 places. One is at the team level. So within the team itself, we have a tab that you can add in, which will show you the meetings coming up with this team specifically. So you can get a quick overview of the meetings on the calendar and also flip over and see the past meetings that you've had, including the agendas and the minutes from those meetings. And we also have integrate with an app on the left panel here, which will show you really any meeting that you have coming up on your calendar. So you can see here, and then you can view agendas and minutes for those. And if you don't have an agenda for it, you can build one. I've actually already built an agenda that we can look at here, simulating a board meeting for a charity here. And you can see what the agenda looks like. It's a fairly standard format. We want it to be as approachable as possible for everyone. So it's a title at the top, description below that, which can be as long or as short as you need, but you can embed images in here. You can do bullet points and numbering to make sure that it's organized well. From there, there's also files, which you can see here. Files are one of the nicer features. I think if you are currently organizing your meeting by sending out an agenda in Word or Outlook, and then attaching items to that, you've been there where if you get more than a handful of items, it's really hard to detach and figure out which item goes with which item. We make that process quite simple for you by actually attaching the agenda item to the agenda point. Fairly simple, but saves a lot of time and trouble. So you can see this minutes document is related to the previous minutes agenda item. Below that, you can see the tag here, which shows the type of agenda item. Basically, you can use this to set what the expectations are at the end of that item. So for example, at the end of my previous minute section, I want to have a decision made. If we look at the top, you can give each item an amount of time. If you do, it activates a time tracker that'll show up when the meeting is taking place, which will help keep people on time and keep pace. There is also ability to do custom numbering. So if you have a certain way of numbering your agenda items, you can do that. There is some other features that are a bit more advanced. For example, we have a hashtag feature where you can keep track of related information from across the meetings. If you tag an agenda item with a hashtag, you can then search by that to find previous agenda items that you've had. Also files, decisions that you've made, tasks that have been assigned, they're all marked with that as well. So if you are new to the group or you're in the meeting and you need a quick overview of a topic, you can do that within the meeting itself. And additionally, once I have my agenda built, I can work on this in draft mode, and then when I'm ready to publish, I can send out both this agenda, so people will see this view here with the agenda and all the files, and you can also generate what's called a meeting book. What that does is it takes all of the information from the agenda that you've built and the files that are attached to it, and it builds a shareable PDF document for that meeting. So for example, here's an example of the one that I'm using for this meeting, and it'll do things like create the table of contents for you, automatically merge the files into this document. So here's my agenda item, and then here's the attached file. So I've worked with a lot of companies right now where the person who's administrating this meeting has to manually cut and paste documents or take screenshots and paste them into a meeting book, which means that the file isn't searchable. You can't copy and paste. It'll create lots of problems if you're trying to look for specific information down the line. With this, you are merging the actual document into a larger document. So you can search for this later. And it has the added benefit, if you still need to print things, you have one document to print. You don't need to find and go print 10 different files. Okay, so that's sort of getting everybody set up, or setting up your agenda in advance of the meeting. So after I send this out, I will send this to the attendees so they're able to view the meeting material. Like I said, they'll see this view. They also have some functionality that they can utilize to prepare for the meeting. For example, they can annotate both the meeting book and the individual documents. So if they want to make any notes on those, highlight them, mark them up, whatever they prefer, they can do that, and those will just be private to them. If, for example, they're using an iPad or a tablet of some kind, it's a really slick integration in, for example, an iPad. So you can launch those annotated documents and mark them up just by using your finger to prepare for the meeting, and then open those when the meeting is taking place. One other feature that you can use to prepare for the meeting is a comments feature. So we can add comments to specific agenda items. It's nice because you can keep this in the context of the item that you're considering. So for example, if I make a note here, please rerun the reports. We have a trail that I've made this comment, so there's a bit of accountability here. You can also use this to make sure that things that would normally be handled via long email chains are actually done in the context of the agenda itself. So it's a really nice way to keep everything in one place. So then for the administrator, we've gotten to the point where we are we've planned the meeting. We've sent out the information. People have been able to review the material and prepare. We can measure their preparation via what we call the meeting engagement score. This takes into account two things: the quality of the agenda that you've built, and it gives you some best practices and nudges for doing even better, and also the engagement of the team. So as people begin to open files, read the documents, make comments, those sorts of things, this engagement will increase as well. And then you have a score for the meeting as a whole, which is based out of 100%. And it'll turn from red to yellow as people become more prepared, and then to green when you're ready to have a successful meeting. We don't call out specific users, so we're not going to say that person X or person Y hasn't been able to open the documents. What we want to do is get teams talking about the meeting as a whole. So we use this score to make sure that you have a good tool to begin those conversations with your team about how can we do better for our meetings. And on meeting day, the administrator can use this to run the meeting. So we have some nice integrations with other Microsoft tools that you can utilize. For example, we have a task integration with Microsoft Planner, as I had mentioned. So for example, if we need to add an action item while the meeting is going on, I can add a task here to do that. So a task maybe to bank. We could add that as a task. I could also provide a further description if I need to. Give it a due date and pick who it's assigned to, or assign it to a couple of people. Hit add, and that will sync that item to Microsoft Planner, which is a great tool if you haven't used it before for keeping track of tasks that you have to do, both as an individual and as a team. But even if you don't use Microsoft Planner, it gives you the benefit of notifying the people who have the task assigned to them. They get a notification via email that says there's a new task, and they also get reminders as that task is becoming due. Basically making it so that it's impossible to not have an action item done. Those are the tasks. We also have a decisions function, which has a voting module built in. So during the meeting, especially while people are meeting virtually, it's oftentimes difficult to take formal votes, but sometimes those need to happen. So we have we've created a system that integrates with Microsoft Teams to allow voting during the meeting. So since I'm administrating, I can go in and launch a vote. Strategic. Okay, so I'll vote on whether we are going to purchase or lease a building, pick the rules of that vote, hit apply, and that will launch a vote. And I'll show you how your end users will vote for that in a second. Great. Let me show you. Actually, let me take you to that. So this is from the administrator point of view. For your end users, the people who are attending this meeting, if you have a hybrid meeting or a virtual meeting, we have an integration into Teams itself that's really nice, that allows you to view the agenda while the meeting is taking place. So you just open up the little Decisions D, and you can get a quick overview of what the agenda looks like. Normally, you would have to switch between windows to find an agenda or have it printed out or something, but here you can see it while you're talking to your participants. You can open up each agenda item to see the description. If there are any files attached to that, you can also launch those files. So you have yourself a nice little dashboard to conduct this meeting. And if there are any votes that are taking place, we have a vote section where you can go in and vote on the item. So for example, I'll vote to purchase, and it will record that. If the voting is not anonymous, you can view the results at any time, so you can see where your colleagues are voting. I will close that. This is also available via an app for Android and iOS. So this view, this agenda view, is available there. So if you're having, for example, a hybrid meeting and you want people to use the voting module, they can actually vote on their phones at the same time. That phone app is also quite nice to be able to view meeting material on the go. So you can launch your files from your phone and read those on your phone or tablet quite easily. Last thing I will show you, now that we've voted here, I'm going to finalize this as a decision that we've made to purchase a new building, and I will create the minutes for the document. So the minutes you can take in either Word or OneNote format. OneNote is really nice if you are having a bit more of an informal meeting or a project meeting where you need to track items that are happening over time, and you want to make sure that your action items are done and you have your follow-ups done from the previous meeting. The Word template is quite nice for more formal meetings because it allows you to create a nice PDF document at the end. And there's an integration with electronic signature so that you can actually have that document electronically signed at the end of the meeting. So for example, I'm going to create a minutes document here. Something that would normally take several hours oftentimes to format properly is done really quickly. You just mark what you want to include in the minutes documents. You can also mark if anybody was absent, hit merge, and that will build your minutes document for you. Done already. And this is nice because it's also customizable, so you can add your logo here. But we can also work with you, or you to customize this with fonts and colors to make sure that it's on brand and meeting your current needs. If you need to have those minutes reviewed, we have a built-in review process that you can send that out. When you're ready to finalize, you lock this document as a PDF, which will save it to SharePoint. So everyone will have access to it there, and you can send it out via email or publish it in Teams, so everybody can have quick access to those. And like I mentioned, at the end, if you want to have those documents approved, we have the Adobe integration, which we've just released about a week ago, that'll help facilitate that. So you will just click a button, mark who needs to actually electronically sign the documents, and it will take care of the rest. So then, at the end, we have a full record of this meeting, both in the dashboard here, but also with a minutes document. And all of the meeting information, in addition to be saved in a view like this, is held in the backend on SharePoint, which I can show you quickly here. So all of the meeting documents are saved for you. As I mentioned, we're not housing anything. It's all here in your own tenant, including the minutes, the meeting book. Each of the agenda items with their attachments are here. So it's really easy to find if you ever need to, find old meeting information. We have a repeatable structure, so it's very easy to find where that it's located. Basically, if you, it sort of takes the guesswork out of archiving information, and then being able to find where people have archived that information, which is not my favorite game to play. That about wraps up for me. I will say, in terms of one thing I want to mention is for charities and for nonprofit organizations, we have heavily discounted rates to make sure that it's affordable, so that you can get the benefit out of decisions for your meetings. We have a great partner in Cloudy IT that can tell you a lot more about that. But you can also reach us at our own website at meetingdecisions.com, where you can learn about it and see some other videos that we have published there. Anyway, that's it for me. Thanks a lot, David. This has been a great session.
Yeah, no, thank you, Bryan. And once again, a really informative session showing about, the great features that Decisions has. And we can speak firsthand here at Cloudy. We use Decisions to run our organization, run all of our meetings, and working with our partners and with our customers around Decisions has been incredible to see the benefits that it really does make. So thanks ever so much, Bryan. We've got some great questions coming in, which we'll do in the Q&A session. So we'll see you then. But thanks once again from Cloudy. Cheers. Brilliant. Well, we've had a really good final session there, wrapping up with what is on offer for the charity sector from Microsoft, from Decisions, from Cloudy. We have some special offers as well, working with our partners, that will be made available after the event. So please do stay tuned. And like I said, we've got a final Q&A session that's going to be happening, I think, at not very long at all, actually. So do stay tuned. We've got the Q&A session, and then you'll be answering any questions that you might have. But thanks very much, and look forward to seeing you soon. Cheers.
Everybody in the staff team is significantly happier with the system and the support that we have now. So for counsellors, for example, over the recent coronavirus lockdown, we've been able to maintain online meetings because all of our counsellors have access to Teams via their tablets. So I can sit here in my front room, managing 19 counsellors and 4 or 5 officers and members of the public, holding an online meeting with the integrated system that Cloudy provided.
The one thing that I'm really pleased to see is that our actual counsellor attendance at the meetings has actually been boosted. We're getting, virtually 100% attendance at all the meetings, which I think is a really good thing. And I am in no doubt whatsoever that's by the virtue of the fact that they're able to access the remote meetings via Teams.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining us for our final Q&A session. It's been a great summit here for Cloudy and our partners. It's been a privilege to work with them to basically provide some services to the sectors that Cloudy really cares about, the legal, the local government and the charity sectors. Hopefully this Q&A session will fill in those gaps that you might not have heard of any earlier on. So hopefully that will be really useful. Like I said, it's been an excellent 3 sessions here, and we've really enjoyed presenting to you all the fantastic opportunities that 365 and our partners have to offer around helping your organizations to embrace technology and really transform how they work. So the Q&A session, we've got a number of questions, like I've mentioned, to put towards our panelists, and we should have our panelists on the screen in a minute. Are you there, everyone?
Yes.
Great, thanks for joining us. So it's been a really good session, and thanks ever so much for giving up your time today. We've had over 180 people join the sessions today, and I don't know how many more on social media, so hopefully some really useful take-homes for everyone, whether you're from local government, legal or charity, or any business who's been watching the sessions today. So thanks ever so much. So we have had a number of questions come in, and Ryan is going to put them on the screen in a moment. So Ryan, if you could put them on there for us. Great. So we've got one here. How can a parish council become paperless? So good question. And I think we've got different versions of this. I think no one better to ask this question to than Sally. So Sally, would you like to go first? I mean, you did it years ago, and how did you make it work?
Yeah, so there's some key things that obviously for parish councils and town councils, you have to keep your minutes still hard copy, and put your agendas on your notice boards. But apart from that, there's no reason why your council couldn't become paperless. And I said that's what we done back in 2018. And the way to do that was to consolidate all our documents into SharePoint. So getting hold of all your paper copies, scanning them in, saving them into SharePoint, and then from then on, all you need to do with the click of a button and through SharePoint is share those documents to your councillors. There's no need to print agendas anymore. There's no need to put, hundreds of pieces of paperwork for the council meetings. It's all in their OneDrive. It will arrive in their OneDrive through SharePoint. So that's the quickest way and easiest way to become paperless. And it's just a case of learning the different platforms, which Cloudy IT obviously would help you to train your councillors so they can use that system effectively.
Absolutely. Well, thanks ever so much, Sally. And we know, having the right technology is key. And if sometimes you can have a negative impact if you move to a platform and the training isn't provided, and actually there's a negative view of the systems, but it can work. It's been made to work. And Sally, you've written a great blog actually about the benefits of moving paperless, around the cost savings from print, etc. as well. Bryan, I'd like to bring you in for this one as well, if that's okay, and talking about going paperless, and obviously decisions and building these modern agenda packs. So we're kind of taking it to the next level, aren't we? It's not just a Word document, which is quite flat, that is quite hard for councils to engage with. But what Decisions brings to the market is an engageable agenda that can do all the things it used to do, but I think in a much more productive way. But, what do you reckon about paperless? What's your answer to that one?
Yeah, I mean, it's getting people to change habits is always interesting, but it's once people invest sort of a small amount of time, it makes a world of difference. If you've ever been in the frantically searching for a paper copy of a document through all your files, like on your desk with 10 other documents that you're trying to go through, it's a mess. If you know where things are housed in SharePoint, and even better if they're in a decisions agenda that you can access that living document, all the better. So it's just a matter of making things as organized and accessible for everybody who's attending the meeting as possible.
Absolutely, definitely. Well, thanks ever so much for that. So hopefully some good answers there. And if you do have any more questions regarding that, please do get in touch, and we'd love to share more information on that. So does anyone else want to have a point on that one at all about going paperless at all, or should we move on to the next question? We're good for the next one. Go for it. Right, brilliant. So we've got here about polls launching within channels. John, could you give us an update on this one here, please, from a parish manager?
Okay. I would probably need a few more details around that one. You know, I've had the experience of using poll in meetings. That's really where I've driven it, rather than through the conversation in channels. There shouldn't be any reason there. I don't know if anyone else on the call has an idea on that one. There's a hand up.
Yeah. So I know that from our experience, because we also have an app that's in meeting as well. If the meeting currently, as it is right now, is scheduled within a channel meeting, you can't add apps to the meeting right now. I think that's something that's, from what we understand, is being worked on the Microsoft side. So hopefully we'll be going away soon, that limitation.
Brilliant. Well, thanks for...
I'll certainly go away and find out from the engineers what the latest is on that one as well. So I'll share it with I'll share it with you, David, so that you can put it with the rest of the content here.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the thing, really. I think, you know, what we have seen over the last 12 months is Microsoft and partners really respond to the community. And if there are things that they want to see change, like the number of viewable windows or the ability to, you know, engage with the content, we see those happen very rapidly. So I'm sure if you don't see it right now, you're not the only one thinking in it, and it will be just around the corner. So thanks for the question.
One thing actually to add to that as well, David, if you look in Teams, if you look at the very bottom left-hand corner, you'll see a help button, a little question mark. So when things like that happen, just go to that question mark, put your feedback in terms of what you're experiencing. It goes directly to the Teams engineers, right, as they're figuring out the new features that we're developing. You can add suggestions for new features that you would like to see in Teams as there as well. So please give us the feedback. It goes directly into Redmond, into the team there, and they look at all of it. That's how we develop the roadmap for the product.
Great. The power of community there in action. So thanks for that, John. Brilliant. Okay, so Bryan, can we have another question, please? So here we go. So we've got here, Microsoft 365 requires an expensive yearly subscription, whilst Microsoft Home and Business is one-time purchase. Couldn't the Home and Business version be enough for a small parish? Really good question. And we actually, you know, Cloudy works with councils of all sizes, whether it's a clerk and a couple of councillors and to large super councils. And we can make it work in scale, but these are all really good questions. And it's so important to get it right at that price point for your council or organisation. So, John, is there anything you want to say about that at all?
Yeah, sure. So yes, we make Office 2019 Home and Business available for our customers that still want to buy that sort of perpetual product as that one-off purchase. The key thing to realize is that you don't get the cloud services that you get through our 365 subscription. Okay, so yes, you're going to get access to, at that point in time that we launch that product, the latest features for Office products like Word and Outlook and the like, but you're not going to get the AI and cloud powered services that we've talked about. So when you look at the first question about going paperless, then you need to be able to access those cloud services, SharePoint, OneDrive. And it comes down to looking at the value that any product is going to deliver you as a product, right? When it comes to is it expensive or not? I showed the lineup of SMB products that we have. So we do start, we do provide all the services that I spoke about with our Business Basic plan. Which is great. And obviously it is a collection of services. We find a lot of customers may initially have that view, but when they look at some of the other services that they're already paying for, maybe backup through individual products, maybe individual conference call products, those types of things, then actually this allows you to consolidate down to that single cost. So really think about what you want to achieve and the benefits and the cost saving of going paperless and being more efficient and all of those types of things. Then make your call based on value, I think, delivery versus expense. And for some people, it will be right to continue to do the things in the way that they're doing and print out and that type of stuff. We think the future will be that hybrid working and that delivery. So hopefully that's helpful. There's no right answer. Look at what you want to achieve and where you want to take your business. We think the cloud services is where you go, and we've made it really competitive in our view.
Yeah, absolutely. And I would just add to that, and I see you got your hand up, Sally, is that when you buy the Microsoft subscription service, it's a product that's continuously being updated. You're getting more features all the time, but you don't necessarily spend any more money. So it is a great product that never stands still with regular updates and new features that come out all the time. Sally, I see you wanted to mention something, a real good question, and as a clerk yourself, what would you say?
Yeah, and I think that's one of the biggest challenges is for smaller parishes where their precept is low. It is always a challenge of balancing the books, how much money you've got to pay out for services. But actually those clerks who work at home, who might do 4 or 5 different councils, or some do even more than that, the challenge they have is that when they leave that position, where is all the data going? These people are working from home, more, as I know all of us are doing it at the moment, but those parishes work from home all the time. And so they've either got to keep their rooms free for all this paperwork stacked on their shelves. And then when they leave, they've got to then transfer all the files to somebody else and go and lug them around, or they've got a lockup somewhere. But actually with a 365 product, it's all in the cloud. You haven't got to have any paperwork in your house. Your house, your spare bedroom can be your spare bedroom. It's not, full of paperwork. And when you leave, all you need to do is transfer that account to the next person, which Cloudy IT, if you were with them, or another provider, would just change that account to that new person, and all the files go with them. So it's a really efficient way of working. And yes, it is a cost, but it's actually how you're running your council to be efficient and being able to comply with GDPR. And I think that's the biggest point for using Microsoft 365. So it's understanding what the product can do for your parishes, and small parishes I think are really key for this product.
Absolutely. And you mentioned about clerks moving around, leaving roles, starting new jobs, and be able to hand it from one clerk to another as efficiently as possible is key. And we see this, if it's centrally managed, it's so much easier to do that. Couple of logins and usernames and passwords, and off you go. And then just to jump back to John's point about those hidden costs as well, with the Microsoft package, even the basic package at £3.80, you have Teams, you have cloud apps, cloud storage, email, so these are all fully featured products that you don't have to pay any extra for. And and you start bolting other products like Zoom and Survey Monkey, all these things add extra money that you could potentially save from using one platform. So definitely lots to take home, but like we said, there's no one size that fits all, and everyone's got to have a good system that works for them. So brilliant. Cheers. Ryan, on to the next question, please. Great, here we go. Bart, one for you. Is Epona suitable for parish councils, as we have legal documents such as contracts and personal records to store that we need to ensure are stored in my mouse is covering it, manner that meets all legal requirements? So good question. That's actually something really important to mention, that Epona's DMS solution built on top of SharePoint and Microsoft Teams isn't just suitable for the legal sector. I mean, Bart, if you could quickly expand on other use cases and answer that point, that would be fantastic.
I will try to do my best. What we see is it can not only be applied to law firms or corporate legal departments. One of our larger clients in the Netherlands is the center that does the test whether or not an asylum seeker will get asylum. It's around 70,000 cases per year, and it includes very detailed research in a collaborative atmosphere by different branches of the government to research whether or not this is a known criminal or any other information. It's highly confidential, very super sensitive personal information. And it's all done in Office 365. What we do is we add an extra layer of security to it called sensitivity labels. If any of those documents land outside of the permissions controlled matters that they're working on, if that were to happen, then they still can't open the content. And what we also do a lot is add redaction levels to PDFs shared with externals. A lot of information needs to be whitened out in order to be able to share or collaborate on it with different authorities like courts or. So I'd say if I look at this question and translate that to the situation of a parish council, I'd say yes, definitely. You can protect the confidentiality of those matters, If it's purely HRM, very frequently a lot of the source of that information comes out of your financial accounting system. So it's not the most perfect area to start with, I'd say, but from a technical point of view, perfectly doable.
Absolutely. And that's the thing about all these products. They all sit on top of Microsoft 365. The cost of ownership is relatively low because we're leveraging the Microsoft platform to do all the heavy lifting for us. So, there's use cases for the DMS solution could be for a legal department within a council, obviously slightly larger to talk about, but certainly very effective because they don't have to go through all that new due diligence that you do have to cover when looking at, say, a new DMS product. So, thank you for the question, Kevin. Please do get in touch afterwards. We'd love to trial it out with yourself if that's something you'd like to look at. Brilliant. Ryan, what have we got next, please? Great. So we are a small council, one employee and a small budget. How useful are cloud IT and the solutions it offers my council? So I think I'm probably best suited to answer that one. So what I would say is essentially, like I mentioned earlier, we work with councils of all sizes. The 365 solution scales, whether you're one clerk and 7 councillors or a super council, a borough, a city, a town. It's just a number of licenses, and we can usually find the price point that fits. And we have councils that have 1 clerk and 11 councillors all using tablets and the Office 365 package along with bookings and forms to run really effective automated councils. And it doesn't happen overnight, absolutely not. But what we can do here at Cloudy is fast track you and show you what good looks like very quickly and get you somewhere where you can see those quick wins very rapidly. So thank you for that question. I hope it answers it for you. Is there any other ones there, Ryan, at all that we could ask the panel? Okay, lots of council ones, so apologies. We'll hopefully have one about the charity or legal sector next. But how can we ensure documents meet accessibility requirements? So really good question, something that by law councils have to follow. John, could we ask yourself first something about that, please?
I thought you were going to get to Sally because she would have had personal experience of this. When she saw the question, from my point of view, obviously the tools that we've built into Office 365 and the broader cloud solutions that we have, that's what our aim is to do, right? To make it easier for you to check the accessibility. So the accessibility checker, is something that I thoroughly recommend people make sure that going forward, any document you're creating, run that checker at the end. It gives you some really good pointers, some actions you need to take, some recommendations that you may look at and sort of, create a different solution. So that, they're great tools to help you do that. And then I would definitely pass it over to, Sally, you can talk about the lived experience.
Absolutely. I would just add thanks, John, for that. And I would just say as well, accessibility covers whether it's legally required or not is super important. And, we've seen it in action, like you said, with the accessibility checker within Word and the other Office packages that, it scans the document, looks for a picture of a dog, say, and will auto tag that picture with the phrase, "This is a dog," which is so clever, and that this allows you not to worry too much about the content because Microsoft's AI is doing that for you. Sally, anything you want to add? First-hand experience of this, obviously.
Yeah, I know. I think what John said is great. I don't think many people know that accessibility check is there, but once you use it, that's all your documents you've checked for to make sure it meets those guidelines before you're putting them up on your website. So that's one big, huge tick in the box actually for parish councils, rather than having to use a different software package to check it. The Microsoft package already does it for you. So yeah, I think John's covered that well.
Yeah, thanks. And I will just probably touch on Bryan actually in this last bit about making documents accessible and the partnerships you've got with not just the likes of Microsoft and Cloudy, but companies like Adobe as well.
Right. Yeah. So, more on the electronic signature side for sure.
Yeah, but, absolutely. Yeah, it covers across that, doesn't it?
Exactly. So there's a lot of great integrations and a lot of great sort of collaboration out there between different companies, and it's nice that Microsoft has sort of built this environment that allows that to happen quite easily. So
Brilliant. Cheers, Bryan. Thank you. And Ron, just talking about accessibility and documents. You're going through a transition yourself at Transitions, and some of the things you've heard today from John or Bryan and Sally. What do you reckon, really, and how do you reckon that will impact the charity as well?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, thanks, David. I guess a lot of it transfers immediately. We're working with young people. And our situation there is that we're keeping confidential documents. It's really important to us to have those stored properly, to have the security around that, and to be able to transfer documents confidentially as well. So having good integrated systems is really part of the process for us as a charity, just as much as it is for a parish council.
Absolutely. No, I totally agree. Thanks, Ron. Ryan, what have you got next, please? Okay, can access to my emails be integrated into Teams? Another good question from Kevin there. John, representing Microsoft, is that possible? Yeah, I know we can forward emails into Teams, can't we?
Yeah, so I guess the way that I would look at this one is the first point for me is obviously, early adopter of Teams, given that I've worked at Microsoft for the last three and a half years. And what's been amazing is once you start to work within Teams and experience that as your hub of communications, the level of emails that you get will go down, and you need to encourage people to have the conversations in chat, in Teams, so that other people can see, can contribute, because then it avoids, as I kind of talked about, that kind of avalanche of emails that come off of these conversations. You can't at the moment, there isn't a native Outlook app in Teams, but you can share emails into Teams or out from Teams back to email. You can get notifications with emails in your Teams which are actionable, so you can click on them if there's something that you need to go back into Teams with. So at the moment, I as an experience, I do work with Outlook and I work with Teams, and that's pretty much the two apps that I have. But what I notice is, as people get the culture of Teams, anything urgent that needs to be actioned, they know I check my emails 2 or 3 times a week. That's going to be the SLA for me, looking at emails, because I want to live in Teams. If people need to get hold of me with something urgent, then tag it as urgent when you send me a message. And there's some great features to allow you to put an urgent requirement if you need somebody to come back to you very quickly, which actually came through a development that we put into Teams for our frontline workers in hospitals. When if somebody needed to ping, say a surgeon or somebody, then it will alert and repeat every sort of 5 minutes until you've got that person's attention. That's available, right? So you can't have that integration, but you will notice your business move to Teams, and you will notice your productivity increase as you start to reduce the traffic that's over there. So not a direct answer to the question, but hopefully that shows the different culture and the different way of thinking of being productive.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's what we're seeing when Teams is deployed. It's kind of like a WhatsApp style replacement. We're trying to consolidate the communication channels, keep it within one ecosystem from a e-discovery GDPR perspective, to stop that data leakage, to have control over your data as well. So we're trying to reduce the amount of email traffic, make it more instantaneous as well, make it more like a conversation as well, which is really good. So thanks, John. Does any of the panelists want to talk about emails and Teams integration? Bart, yes.
Love that question. Just considering what the product is going to do in the next couple of months. So there are a couple of exciting changes that you're going to see. So this send an email to Teams is going to be much, much easier. It's now very well capable of sending attachments to Teams environments, but at the moment, the real email integration, sending up and down, is not as useful as you'd want it to be. One other trend, which you might have read in magazines, is there's going to be a new Outlook, sort of an Outlook.1, completely redone Outlook that can run anywhere, that would be identical in its functions on a Mac platform as well as on a Windows machine. So a lot is going to happen with the Outlook product. And then 3, I am a bit technical today, I'm sorry for this. You know that if you are in a team site and as an external you're invited and people keep chatting with you, that's to some extent a bit annoying, because you have to switch between your own company and that other company. I hate it, because I hate that red number that appears that I can't get away. I always want to get my reds out of my apps. I'm that old-fashioned. So there's going to be a feature allowing you to create a what's called a shared channel. So internally, the team side will be for your organization, but there's going to be one channel that is going to be shared with externals. And then you, as an external in your own teams, could see only those channels where stuff is shared with you. Your question was what to do with email. Will Outlook be built into Teams? No. Probably people are going to work out of Teams much more, but the annoying having to switch between different companies' teams will be greatly reduced. And then suddenly we're working on the documents with chat as conversations and the documents in your own Teams environment. It's bringing that content to your teams is what will happen instead of transporting those email attachments.
Absolutely, definitely. And it's that, I suppose, that frictionless access to your data and to your colleagues and partners and vendors and suppliers as well. So brilliant. Well, thanks for that. I think we've covered it pretty thoroughly there. Any more questions at all, Ryan, please? Okay, this is a really good one. So thank you, Malcolm. Can transcriptions be done post-recording? John, could you confirm how transcriptions works? And I know it's just recently changed as well, so they've improved the system.
Yeah, I think the easiest way to answer this question is if you've recorded the meeting, so you've recorded the video feed, then post that meeting, you can add the transcriptions to them in Microsoft Stream, which is the video services that you get as part of as Microsoft 365. So you can do it that way. You can't do it if you haven't recorded the meeting at all. So that's the thing, and you can set up within, the administration portal to automatically, switch on recording in your meetings and transcriptions if you don't want to forget. I've been in meetings where we've always said beforehand, let's make sure we record this one, and then you get into the flow of the meeting quite quickly. So you can look at that. But if you've recorded the meeting, you can go back and you can add closed captions, for that from that accessibility point of view. But you can also get to the transcription as well.
Excellent. And, we use it ourselves here all the time, actually, both for internal, external meetings. It's a brilliant tool. And when that meeting finishes, available, ready to go is the recording, the transcription. You can download as a Word document with all the different people saying what they said, and also an attendee list as well, which is really useful. So some great work there by Microsoft to improve the team's experience. So any more questions, Ryan? One more question. Brilliant. So how can we manage documents in cloud or equivalent? So how can we manage documents in the cloud? So, Sally, if I could come to you on this one, actually, because, we've been working together for a number of years. And, back in 2018, when you were using SharePoint to manage all of your council's documents, I was always amazed by how well you were using it. And, we were learning from yourself. So how would you answer that question there at all?
So I think... obviously, within the 365 product is SharePoint. So all your documents are then saved in the folders. I don't know what the systems are at the moment, but if they're saved on a server, for example, and you've got all these folders with your full council minutes, you've got your committee meeting minutes, you've got your standing orders, you might have the policies file. So all your documents are currently saved in some sort of file format at the moment. So it'd be the same in SharePoint. You'd create those different files in SharePoint with all your documents. You'd scan your paperwork in, or just move the files which are already on your server, and then all of it is cloud-based then. So it's all on SharePoint, which obviously Cloud IT moved for you, so you don't even have to do that yourself, which is great.
Absolutely. Yeah, and we have a very clear process how we run that through different phases that we walk you through. All very simple, but ensure that you get the most out of your deployment and utilizing Teams, etc. And the great thing is with Microsoft, you've got so much control over your data and how you share it. So you can share it in review mode only, which is great, say for policy reviews, where you don't want people to alter the original document, but you want to interact with them. So there's great controls on how you share that data. So really useful. And what we do find is a lot of organizations have the licensing in place but aren't necessarily using it as well. So we always advise you to go to office.com, sign in, and just see what apps you've got available. You might already have this stuff ready to go. Does anyone else want to talk about document management in the cloud at all? I mean, I'm sure there's plenty of people who could talk about it quite extensively here.
I was just going to add from a OneDrive point of view, if you save your documents in OneDrive, you do have the option to also have a copy of that document on your device as well, right? So you can have it there and it will sync. OneDrive syncs your documents and updates them. So you don't have to be fully reliant on always being connected. So say you're going on a long haul flight, when we go back to hybrid working, and you want to work on some documents, still save everything in OneDrive, but it's a one click to make sure you've got a copy on your device. You can work on that document on that flight, and then when you connect again at the other side, OneDrive will sync and make the updates to the cloud version of the document as well. So yes, you can work in the cloud, which is fantastic, and it creates that co-authoring and everything else, but you still have that control if you need to do some work, you want to do some work offline, if you like.
Absolutely. Thanks, John. Okay, brilliant. Well, I hear we've got one more question come in at the last minute, so we'll just answer this one now. I think it'll be great to answer as many as possible. So Kevin again. So thank you, Kevin. I'm a member of a non-profit NGO and a worldwide presence who's built a large number of small self-funded units in many countries. How can we improve communication using Microsoft Teams and 365? Brilliant. So good question. And I think this is, certainly a challenge that Ron's going through at the moment with transitions and the deployment of teams. And Ron, do you have any advice for Kevin there at all?
I guess the reality is that once you're online and you're working off SharePoint and you're using Teams, to be honest, it really doesn't matter where you are. So the structures apply. You might be working off a geographical area and saying, okay, that's our African division, that's our South American division, whatever that might be, but it's simply an integral part of the structure and the communication system you're setting up. I think the most important thing in any system, which again, Claudia are working with us around, is to decide what you want the system to do for you and to make sure that the architecture supports that, not only in the immediate, but also in terms of where you want to be in a few years' time, to make sure that's all in alignment. But I guess that all the stuff that the guys have been sharing in terms of how to use 365 and Teams applies whether you're talking cross-county or cross-country. The same things apply.
Absolutely. Thanks, Ron. And, really good question there, Kevin. And, we've seen so many different Teams deployments, and most organizations grow organically and they just bolt stuff on as they go along. And it does get to the point where sometimes you can lose a bit of control around your data. But what we try and do at Cloud is we try and accelerate that process, present what that good looks like very quickly, and get you somewhere where you've got a really quick win. So hopefully there's been some good takeaways from today. Hopefully you've learned a few things. And if you do get stuck, please do get in touch. We'd be happy to show you some examples of how things look and how some opportunities to improve it could look for you. But I think we're wrapping things up now. So I'd just like to say from Cloudy IT and the team here, thank you ever so much to our panelists and our guests who have joined us today. John, Bryan, Bart, Ron, Sally, it's been incredible having you here joining us for the summit. It's been so useful what we've heard today. And I think we've all learned something, even if we've been working in the sector, about what these products can do for organizations. So, thank you for joining us today. We really appreciate your time. If anyone does have any questions, and if anyone individually, please do send them in. We will ask everyone anyway. But, thank you for joining us. Any closing words at all from yourselves, please? Just away. Yeah, brilliant. Well, brilliant. Well, thanks ever so much, everyone. Look after yourself, stay safe, and see you soon. Cheers. Great. Okay. There's a picture of John, Bryan. Ryan, he nearly did it, Ryan. He's got there. Bless him. So I'm going to wrap things up now. So here at Cloudy, we've organised a number of different summits over the last few months, and we're planning to do more. We like to have one every quarter where we focus on a particular theme. And obviously the one before Christmas was about cybersecurity on Cyber Monday, working with our partners, including Datto, Mimecast and Microsoft. This one was all about document management and meeting management, working around Teams, decisions, Epona's DMS solution. So what we have got coming up on the 30th of April is a mini summit focusing on web accessibility. We know this is really important to councils at the moment, and saying that Cloudy's working really hard with a number of councils on, and our unique AI-powered web accessibility tool means you can have a lovely, beautiful website and not sacrifice on some of those great features which we all need. So please do join us at that and sign up, and we look forward to seeing you then. As I mentioned, we do have other summits lined up. We've got a cloud productivity summit happening at the end of June, and also a social responsibility summit happening in October, where we're working with our partners, CSRA, to promote what good looks like and working in the community and the environment and delivering on our social responsibility. So some really exciting events lined up. So we really hope our summit's been of use to yourselves. This is only the second summit we've run, but we've really enjoyed putting it together, working with all our partners here to provide some information that could help you run your organisations and run more productive, engaging organisations working in the community. So thanks ever so much. As we've mentioned, we've got a number of different offers from our partners that if you come to us, we can engage and get them set up for you. And they will be available from the URL there, Summit Offers. And that's from Epona, Decisions, and Cloudy as well. So thank you very much for coming along to the summit. Please look after yourselves, stay safe, and enjoy coming out of lockdown, as I'm sure we all are. But thanks for joining us. Really appreciate it, and all the best. Goodbye.